Hello, and welcome. There was an ad that referenced What Does the Fox Say in 2023? Wow. This music is from the forest area in Pokemon Sword and Shield, the slumbering however you say that word. It's probably not Weald, even though it looks like that in English, I guess. Wolds or something, maybe? But yeah, it's the wolf forest place. Yeah. There was actually another very specific song I was thinking about. Let's see if I can find it. But due to Square Enix and how they are always refusing to allow people to have extended versions of music on YouTube these days, it was not accessible in any practical, meaningful way. Let's see if I don't remember exactly what it's called, but I would have found it. Probably not that. Yeah, I don't remember what it's called well enough to actually find it, probably. Or it doesn't exist, because it's a relatively less important song from that game. It was going to be a Legend of Mana music. But Square Enix won't let me do that. So... Hello. Hello, Sucro. It's time for Final Fantasy XIV. The specific Legend of Mana theme I was thinking of, by the way, is the one that plays in the, like, forest grove where you grow weird fruit. If anyone is a Legend of Mana knower, they might know that one, maybe, but it's relatively less important. Also, it might have had a pretty short loop, so I don't know if that was a good idea.
Hello, stream. Beep boop meow.
Hello, Callie. So, step 1 of the Wednesday Final Fantasy XIV stream, well, other than all the trying to make sure everything is set up. First of all, I don't need XP. I don't need that move over there. I didn't realize that it had been added. Secondly, donating to the Doman Enclave. Oh right, the rate goes up. See, I had calculated for this using the initial rate, but that's way too many. So it's time to open the calculator app. This is probably not necessary, but... So, 500 times 1.8 is 900. 20,000 divided by 900 is 22.2, so I need 23 silver pieces. That's math. You have to practice your math so that you don't get killed by that one construct. Aha, it is only 700 over. That's fine. On behalf of the Shazenkai Sucro, I thank you for your support. Greeting. Ihase and the other farmers are working hard to develop the reclaimed land. I hear their new tools have made a world of difference. While we were able to produce some of the necessary equipment here, our craftsmen are already working at maximum capacity. In many cases, it is quickly to simply purchase what we require. Your contributions helped us secure these tools for Ihase and the others. If you're curious to know how their work is proceeding, why not pay them a visit? I will do that. They're up here, right? Yep. For some reason, I don't think I realized that donating stuff to the Domain Restoration actually gives you money. I thought you were just converting it into, like, resources for them, but actually it does pay you more than usual, up to 20,000 gil total per week. That probably should have been obvious to me, but I somehow missed that. So, you know, whatever. It's kind of a good way to get money. 20,000 a week isn't very much, but still. It's a little bit extra from all the silver pieces my retainers are giving me now. Honestly, I think... I'm not entirely sure, but I think... Oh, it upgrades to 40,000. That's pretty good, then. I think doing exploration ventures might be more profitable, or at least way more reliable than doing a billion quick ventures and getting the funny items from those and trying to sell them. Because they just give you a bunch of silver pieces constantly. And that's a lot more reliable than, like, is the player market going to buy the brick road that Ablethwasa stole today? Anyway. Come to see how we're getting on? Computer, don't open the videos folder, please. The new tools have helped us a great deal. We are very grateful. There's still a lot of work to be done before we can... I don't have the chat cover up. There's still a lot of chat cover that we need. There's still a lot of work to be done before we can start planting the rice. That reminds me. I placed an order with Kozakura and the delivery is due any day now. Which one of you is Ihase?
Clown.
A little bit of clown. That would be me, and you must be here to deliver 2 sturdy-looking Zos as requested. That's the wrong button. Wrong video game. I'm trying to organize my desk here also. I'm getting distracted by that. Glad are we to trade for Doman goods, so coveted are they by our brothers. But may we ask why you require 2 live Zos? 'Twould be simpler to bring you horns or pelts or meat. Or do you prefer to slaughter them yourselves? How me forfend? We wish to use them as beasts of burden to help plow our fields. Well-tilled soil is essential in the cultivation of crops. Just the thought of eating the first rice ball from our own harvest makes my mouth water. Rice balls, we remember these fondly. So vivid is the memory I can almost taste it. Mitsuba first introduced us to their heavenly goodness. I shall never forget the flavor. To think that Zos from the steppe can assist in producing rice makes me very proud. Brother, if we were to stay and help, maybe they will share some of the harvest with us. Is this some jest? We Buddhaga live only for battle, not for plowing fields and scattering seeds. And what of our aim to secure the Firewalker? We owe our lives not only to Mitsuba, but to the whole Enclave. They are the ones who nursed us back to health when we were close to death. Surely we should repay this debt before attempting to seize Hien. If we work these fields, we can observe his comings and goings and find the right moment. Not you too! So that makes it 2 against 1. Loath as I am to admit it, the idea is not entirely without merit. Ihase, will you allow us to work alongside you? The only payment we ask is a few bales of rice. We need all the help we can get, and you seem to have a knack for steering Zos in the right direction, which will no doubt prove useful. But I must warn you, the process takes several moons. You will get your share of the harvest once we are done, though. Then we have an agreement. If it leads to the capture of Hien, there is no hardship we would not bear. Come to think of it, Ihase, perhaps when this is finished, you should return to the steppe with us. A man of your stature and obvious strength could make a name for himself. Nod. You want me to join the Buddhaga? I cannot imagine my wife and children would be very happy about that. Besides, I'm much more at home in a paddy field than on a battlefield. They're trying. Work in the Enclave de Mesne, I don't know what that word is proceeding apace. The new workers and beasts of burden will increase productivity and lighten the load for Ihase and his farmers. As you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Video games are making me realize over time that there are a lot of words I don't know how to say. But really, there are just a lot of words. So statistically speaking, it's unlikely that you know how to pronounce all of them. On behalf of the Shazenkai Sukro, I thank you for your support. Nod. I'm pleased to inform you we've made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the Enclave. Domain? Okay. Fair enough. Fields are being planted, buildings are being built. Owing to your many contributions, the Enclave domain has seen further development. As you continue to contribute, etc. Though it pains me to do so, I must refuse any further contributions at this time. Okay, so development is slowing down. Also, there's a good cat here on the ground that can only sort of be seen. And a leaf man. Apparently those can animate. In any case, development of the Doman Enclave is taking more and more resources as it goes on, which makes sense. And also, we were told the rice would take several moons, so it also makes sense that it wasn't in fact instant. But anyway, back to the main story. The music's a bit scary right now because Yulmore is being very threatening. Last time we entered the Rak'tika Greatwood, we learned that Y'shtola was now going by the name of Master Matoya due to the Knights Blessed's beliefs about not revealing your name in the light. So that's what name she goes by. So we learned a lot about the Knights Blessed and their ways and their beliefs. We learned about how there is a bunch of extremist dark worshippers who are now allied with Yulmore, the Children of the Dark or something? Children of something. The Children, for short. And Yulmore has authorized them as the one acceptable way to worship the darkness. And if the Knights Blessed do not join them or go to Yulmore, they are going to be destroyed. Which is bad, because we like them, and they're good people. We're not gonna stand for this, so our plan is to go and kill the Light Warden of the Greatwood. So that Yulmore can't really do much around here, because the night will be back. In order to do this, we need to learn the ways to proceed to that part of the Greatwood, because whoever lives there basically guards the place and kills intruders on sight. But we've learned from a tablet that the Crystal Exarch has conveniently found and provided that there is some sort of way to be granted passage. And that's the step that we're at. We are following what the tablet says in order to get access to the area of the Rak'tika Greatwood where the Ronkan ruins are located. Lahi? I'm surprised I was able to remember and deliver a fairly accurate summary of what happened. Well done to me, I guess. I often have difficulty remembering stuff. Oh, there was also a part where we threw bees at people. And we saw some murals that were very interesting. And at least one of them was painted of Ardbert and Company. And the other ones were generations before them, presumably. Anyway. There you are, ready for a swim? The seal we seek should be stored in a chamber somewhere inside the ruins beneath the lake. However, the entrance is seemingly protected by a subtle locking mechanism rooted in the symbolism of Ronkan culture. The Ronkans sought to live in harmony with nature and considered certain animals to be sacred. Foremost in their pantheon was the snake, portrayed as the protector of the wood, the arbiter of life and death. Below it were 4 others, each equal in rank: the curl, the colibri, the opo-opo, and the wolf, characterized as the bringers of liberty, words, enlightenment, and harmony, respectively. To open the chamber containing the seal, the tablet states that one must pay due deference to 3 of these beasts by placing one's palm on monuments wrought in their image, and that this must be done in a specific sequence. My interpretation is correct. The order can be discerned from the 3 commandments which follow. Give praise unto the snake. By its strength do our lands prosper. Be as the opo-opo, rival thy kin. As all parts seek betterment, so too does the whole. Be as the wolf, move as one. Peace comes to all who seek harmony with their kin. The tablet says naught of the placement, size, or appearance of the monuments, alas. Hopefully all will become clear when you reach the bottom of the lake. Go safely. Okay. And I'm guessing we can talk to Y'shtola again here in order to hear the order again.
Praise snake. Apopo is friends. Wolves have friends. The final one is unknown. Thank you, Y'shtola.
Hey, she says Y'shtola correctly, or one of the correct ways to say Y'shtola. It sounded like we didn't need to actually interact with the 4th one. It sounded like we just needed to interact with 3, right? But thank you for making the order very located within a place I can see it. Well, there's a serpent. You find a statue of a snake. I'm gonna poke it. Poke, poke. You sense something stir elsewhere in the lake. Lahi? Okay, it's not that one. It's Opo-Opo next. That's a good statue, by the way. I'm gonna poke it. You sense something stir elsewhere in the lake. Like way elsewhere, apparently. I didn't look closely at the other statues, actually. Hold on. I want to look closely at the curl. I think I saw the snake one, but I want to look at the cat. Cat. It's got fangs, too. That wasn't really looking that closely, but it was looking more than none, is what I meant. Colibri. Incorrect. Wolf. Says the wolf statue. I'm gonna poke it. Once more, you sense something stir elsewhere in the lake. Perhaps the chamber containing the seal is open. I think there... Oh. I think it'd be very funny if inside of the chamber there was a statue of a seal instead of anything else. I did it. I would like to look at the bird as well. Good bird. Bird observed. Okay, this is still down somewhere. Aha. A door opens to reveal a pedestal upon which rests a medallion. You take it and secure it inside your clothing. Which is a very fancy way of saying that you put it in your pocket. Hello and welcome. We have just collected the seal of Ronka or whatever in order to secure passage to the other half of the rak'tika Greatwood. We also donated to the Doman Enclave, and the rice paddies are being constructed more. The Buddhaga have delivered some zo with which to plow the fields and have agreed, or have decided, to help. And that's about all we've seen so far. Did you find it? Seal of Ronka. A small medallion bearing the image of an owl, the insignia of Ronka. Huh. So, they highly revere like 5 different animals, and none of those are the owl, but this has an owl on it. Interesting. This medallion, it bears the owl insignia of the Empire. I guess it's just the insignia of the Empire, and there's probably like... Oh, did they say there was an unknown 4th one? I was just gonna say... I guess I read the dialogue, but I forgot that immediately. I was gonna say maybe the owl is just like a more localized animal in their belief system, and there's some that are like more widespread, and the owl is like the one who watches over Ronka specifically or something, but I don't know, because that's the sort of thing that would happen. It bears the owl insignia of the Empire. There can be no doubt this is the seal of Ronka. Well done, Sucro. We can begin our preparations to enter Ixmaya in earnest. Ixmaya is, I think, how it was said. Into the wood. Bearing this seal, it should be possible to enter Ixmaya unmolested by its guardians. I will go ahead to Slitherbow and inform the others. When you have recovered from your exertions, meet with us in the cavern leading east out of the village. Could you argue that? Owls are... I mean, I guess they did state, like, qualities specified in other animals. Oh, I see. You mean more... interesting. Wait, what the heck do you mean, beak of snake? Hold on a second. That's not how snakes work. I think that's a bit of a stretch. I forgot to set the game to busy again. I'm busy bringing the night sky back. Ah. Ah, you were joking. I see, I see. Fair enough. I'm so glad to see you're safe. Everyone is ready to go if you are. I'd also like to mention, it feels like the characters have been commenting more and more like that Sucro needs to rest, or like mentioning things like, once you're ready, once you're no longer tired or exhausted or whatever, once you've rested a little bit and you're ready to go. And like, I'm not sure if it's especially Y'shtola saying that, but she was the one who just did say it. I find this to be interesting that a lot of characters seem to be like concerned about this to some degree, more so than usual. And that's not really something I had been thinking about. But I remember like they mentioned that stuff a lot, if I'm remembering correctly. That sort of thing was said a lot in the last stream of rak'tika as well. We've done what we can to prepare them for the worst. Still, we should hurry before the children return with Yulmore and reinforcements. That you all found the seal is perhaps bittersweet proof that the aid for which it was so painstakingly forged never came. Thus did the Empire crumble, its ruins reclaimed by the wood. Fate is ever a fickle mistress. Good, you're here. Runar opened the gate for us but moments ago. Yeah. The Warrior of Light is starting to get worn down, and also everyone is starting to be more concerned about that. Yeah. Runar opened the gate for us but moments ago. Beyond lies Ixmaya, and presumably the Light Warden. It did not take long for the Wood's protectors to find me when I last came here, and I expect them to fall upon us just as quickly this time. Oh, so you survived them before. I was under the impression that people weren't usually surviving that sort of thing. Though we carry the seal, that is no reason for us to let down our guard. Yeah. That's why I commented on, like, I'm not sure if it's specifically Y'shtola that's saying that more. Or, like, if she's saying it more than everyone else or anything. But it would make a lot of sense. And it would also make sense for Urianger to say it because they were talking about all of that. Bankrit is just generally protective of others. Sometimes more specific others that he can connect to other people, but like probably feels protective of others in general. So it would make sense for like everyone here to be saying that in my mind. And like Minfilia has shown that she's pretty empathetic as well. So anyway, though we carry the seal, that is no reason for us to let down our guard. Now let us seek out the Warden and put an end to its reign over these woods. I think it'd be funny if the instant you stepped out of this cave you got headshot and died. And it had like a FPS game call out. Lahi? You just get sniped instantly. And you hear the TF2 like Nemesis jingle or whatever. I don't know how that would happen when they've only killed you one time. But still. Giza Maluk. There isn't a grotto around here. Get out of here. Forest Echo, but it's a bomb made of wood. Enemy designs are getting interesting. They've already been interesting, but they're interesting here too. Anyway. Time to walk through the part of the forest that makes us most visible against the terrain. I.e. the bright blue flowers. Oh, there we go, getting sniped. Okay, not quite. Yeah, earth bomb.
It would seem we have found them.
Nah, it's more like they found us.
You trespass upon sacred ground! Begone!
One of these weapons does not quite line up with the animation that is being paired with it. Purple-haired Vera is just sort of hovering a hand in the air. You didn't give us any time to be gone. I guess she's resting her wrist on it, maybe. We weren't given any chances to be gone. You said be gone and then immediately started firing.
Wait! We did not come to!
Whoop. Nice dodge. Nice dodge again. Nice parry, or block.
Oh.
Nice flip. This is the part where we just...
Stop! We mean you no harm.
Gasp. Yeah, we could have just shouted, "We have the wrong conceal," like immediately.
Sister, is that?
Also, they have very good eyesight to see that from here. Everyone in this game has pretty good eyesight. Or senses. In general. Adding that last part because Justola does not have traditional... that's not the good word for it. Doesn't have, like, eyesight in the same way that everyone else does. Yeah, Urianger has thrown the cards a few times at this point. Doesn't see optically. That's a good way to put it.
We are allies of the Empire of Ronka. As is customary, we come bearing the seal of the Emperor.
It's got an owl on it. Guess what? They're silly, actually.
Genuine.
Some of these people are actually silly.
Clown.
A little bit of clown. I just wanted to press the clown button. I'm actually pretty sure that the auto attack for Astrologian is throwing the cards. It's just not something you see very often because it's the auto attack for a healer.
Then perhaps there's yet hope.
I can check at some point, but I think that's the case.
Perhaps. We acknowledge your seal, but we must be certain of its authenticity. Follow the azure flowers to our village. There we will judge if you are friend or foe.
It would be ranged, yes. So I actually don't know what the Sage auto attack is.
Try not to stray from the path. All right?
I'll do my best.
Follow the flowers. Would it kill them to escort us?
I think the Sage auto attack.
Us an opportunity to investigate Ixmaya. Fine.
I think the Sage auto attack is the Newlith. Oh, they just slap. I was gonna say it's like the Newlith meleeing someone, maybe. Nod. Okay, time to spend money. Follow the flowers. No, I need to see what the auto attacks are for the healers. Bye. There was definitely a better place to do that. Sage. This is apparently what I'm wearing right now. I don't have a Sage set saved at the moment. This is fine. Here we go. Oh. What the? Oh shit, what? They cleared out their yard. My striking dummy. What a twist. Fine, I'll freaking go to like a regular striking dummy somewhere. Why did they clear out the yard? Is that just them? That's the striking dummy I've always been using since it's right next to my... It is just them. I guess they're redecorating their yard or something. You got a striking dummy over here, maybe? Anyone? We got a scarecrow. Fine. Be that way. I'll go to the farm. Heck. And... It wasn't just different. It was completely empty when it's not usually that. There was someone wearing a magical girl outfit named Star Bubble Gem. Which would be pretty good, except they were also in a guild where the tag was harem, and now I'm very concerned instead. So let's not think about them. And yeah, that was a striking dummy that was just really nearby my house. I was going into a neighbor's yard and beating up their striking dummy. Anyway, Sage auto attack, punch! It's more of like a... It's kind of like a bad palm slap. Yeah. Yeah. I got a critical hit with it that time. It is melee. Melee range is more than you think it is, by the way. Yeah. Do I even have an astrologian weapon on me? I might not. I don't think I do. There's no real reason for a healer to ever use their auto attack. Always be casting after all. So, it makes sense in a way. I'm very interested to see what happens when they eventually probably rework Astrologian. Wow. Okay. Sure, I'll just arbitrarily spend... Wait. I need to find the cheapest one. That's way cheaper. Auto attacks, I believe, do not happen while you are using a cast bar. Auto attacks are important for melee DPS, etc., because they do happen during your skills. But I guess if you're charging up your AI Jutsu, then that's probably a cast bar, so never mind. Maybe they don't, I don't know. I actually don't remember how AI Jutsu works. Actually, I don't think it's a cast bar, it just has a wind-up. Yeah, autos are important for any, like, melee type of character. I actually have no idea how... Actually, I don't know how much damage they do, really. But I think, like, Summoner doesn't have a lot of cast bars, but I don't think they're running up to things to auto-attack them, so I think it varies from class to class how important that is. Wow, it's Heavensward. Oh, it is a cast bar. Interesting. I would like Astrologian a lot more if it wasn't an absolute nightmare to play on a controller. Oh, they removed crown play, I guess. I think I've learned this before. Someone is destroying the shit out of that striking dummy. But yeah, like, main problem with Astrologian on a controller is you have to draw a card like every 30 seconds and then find someone in your party and determine who has to get the buff and then draw another card and then do that like every 20 seconds even. And it's a lot of this, and it sucks. It is throwing a card, but it's also melee. What? Or is it just like a card slap? It's like slicing with the card. It's animated like you're throwing it, but it only works in melee range. I think. Yeah. I don't believe you can G-pose auto attacks, but I'll try. Yeah, it's just showing me draw the card. There is no way to G-pose a regular attack. In any case. Surprising number of people fighting the striking dummies here right now. Hey, I was also curious. I don't mind the diversion at all. I could be really petty and say you owe me like 1,300 gil for the teleport fees or whatever, but I won't. It'd be funny, but I won't. Because I also wanted to investigate anyway. I could have gone to a striking dummy that was in Calusia, and that would have been more efficient. But also I wouldn't have been able to hit it with Astrologian, but I don't think that would matter. Anyway. Follow the flowers. Or the quest marker. That would also work. Ah, this is the Blind Forest of Ixmaya, whatever that means. Oh, stamina shrooms. Need to gather those so you can get some stamina restoring food and potion. Well, no, just food. Potions use monster parts. We all know this. Snapweed. That's a weird monster. It is an animated pitcher plant. I was gonna say Venus flytrap, but that's not right. Pitcher plant is correct. Can I attune, or are you not gonna let me attune immediately? It would make a lot of sense if you didn't let me attune. Anyway, welcome to the Vieira village. Or I think they're called like Vis. I forget. I attune. Ta-da! Is it just V? And Vis is the plural? Or V's? I think there might be unique comments here if you are a Vieira, but I'm not entirely sure. I was a Vieira when I played this part originally, but I don't recall. It seems like it would make sense. You outsiders are a strange lot, aren't you? Good to see you didn't lose your way. There are very slight differences. You know, actually, sorry, Boaster, but just so that you don't, like, obstruct the NPCs much. I got here first, evidently. I would have the seal that we may confirm its authenticity. Straight to the point, I see. Very well. They were very straight to the point, and the points were attached to arrows and spears, and they were trying to kill us. There is no mistaking the crest of the royal family. It is of proper size, and by its weight it is plain that it was made from gold. The seal is indeed genuine. For 3,000 years we have waited for this moment, and now you are finally here. I bid you welcome, allies of Ranka. I am Almet, chieftainess of Fano. Fano? We met her younger sister. Simet, a pleasure. We were beginning to lose hope that you would come. I beg your pardon. These are troubled times for my people, though I can but imagine what has compelled you to venture into our woods. You must be tired after your journey. Come, take your ease. If you'd like, I will show you about the village, though I must warn you, it is a long way down to the forest floor, so do watch your step. Nod. Nod. I think it was still a fairly difficult persuasion when they immediately tried to attack. But, like, still. Hey, what's up? This way, what is your name? Sucro. I'm a cat. Sucro? And this is a common name nowadays? How times change. It's not. I might be the only one with the name. That's true. But I digress. Come and be sure to watch your step. I could survive that fall, as long as I wasn't in combat. We'd always hoped the allies of Ronka would someday come, that our duty to the Emperor might be fulfilled. Now that you're here, I'm honestly not sure what to think. Alright. Wimet said something that's probably true. You retrieved the seal of Ronka from the covered hills of Dwatul, is that right? I'm told it was quite beautiful in the days of the Empire. Would that I could see it for myself. It would seem that we are either volunteering the information of how we got the sigil, or it has been spread by one of the others at this point. So, some of them do seem to know about it, in fact. Hello, and welcome. No doubt you've noticed the winding trails of azure flowers throughout the woods. We call them the Steps of Maya, for it was along those paths her footfalls gave rise to the flowers you see today. It is said that one will receive her protection by walking along those paths, and to that end I bid you walk in the Steps of Maya, ally of Ronka, and may her blessings be upon you. That's also possible, yeah. Time to look! I typed it wrong. Time to look! I looked. There's another mysterious rabbit over here. How very mysterious. There's not even, like, a trial or anything nearby. And yet. It is good to give a friend a hug. No dawdling. Once we've learned all we can of the Warden and its whereabouts, we should be on our way. Oh, you're trying to send me a trade request, but that doesn't work when I'm busy. I can send you a trade request. What are you trying to trade? I can't split stacks while you're trying to give me a cookie. Thank you for the cookie. It was actually 3 cookies. Cideritis cookie? Oh, I didn't notice the gill. You didn't actually owe me, that was a joke. What is cideritis? That sounds like a problem and not something you'd make a cookie out of. It's a plant used to make tea. Oh, I meant like in reality. Sideritis, also known as ironwort, mountain tea, and shepherd's tea, is a genus of flowering plants known for their use as herbal medicine, commonly as an herbal tea. They are abundant in Mediterranean regions, the Balkans, the Iberian Peninsula, and Macaronesia, but can also be found in Central Europe and temperate Asia. In Greek, sideritis can be literally translated as he who is made of iron. The plant was known to ancient Greeks, specifically Pedanius Discorides and Theophrastus. Although Discorides describes 3 species, only one is thought to belong to sideritis. In ancient times, sideritis was a generic reference for plants capable of healing wounds caused by iron weapons during battles. However, others hold the name stems from the shape of the sepal, which resembles the tip of a spear. Today we are learning, and there's nothing you can do about it. You're going to learn about this plant. I don't know if it's the sort of thing you could make a cookie out of, but I guess you can, like, use herbs in cookies, probably. For 3,000 years did they wait. Incredible. For a moment, I was worried they wouldn't accept the seal. Yeah, like, tea... Okay. See, I think normally when I would hear something like tea biscuits, I would assume biscuits designed to go with tea, not biscuits made out of, like, tea-related plants, etc. But this is basically a tea biscuit or cookie. Biscuits are cookies. It just depends on the dialects. Anyway. For a moment, I was worried they wouldn't accept the seal. They call themselves Vis, is that right? Not a terribly diverse people from what I can see. What is that supposed to mean, Thancred? I mean, they are all rabbit ladies, I guess. They look notably different from each other. Yeah, that's probably what he means, is that there aren't any other... This is only the V's around here. Yeah, that's true. He can probably tell them apart. My apologies for the hostile greeting. It's a miracle our arrows did not find their mark. If you would hear the tale of our people, speak with Almet. As eldest, she is our voice. She's also the one with the bow, so she has, like, bard abilities, which is voice-related. Clearly. As bearers of the seal, you have a right to know what became of the Empire and my people's purpose here. We are descendants of the palace guard which served under the last emperor, and to this day we carry on the duty of our forebears, the final decree of his eminence before Ronka's fall. The only, like, single race communities I can readily think of would be the various Seeker of the Sun tribes that are usually mostly them. And then, yeah, okay, you're saying the same thing. I was thinking of the M tribe specifically. The ones in Girabanya somewhere, as an example. But there's also the U tribe in Thanalan. I'm surprised I remembered words there, actually, and locations. By the wisdom of our people was Ronka made to thrive. Such knowledge must never be forgotten, nor may it be suffered to fall into the hands of the wicked. Keep it secret, keep it safe. Wow, just like Lord of the Rings. And look to the coming of our allies. Unto them you shall bequeath our all, and thus will Ronka live on. The U tribe specifically is, I believe, in, I think, southern Thanalan, near, like, the desert oasis place. There's that one town where there's a fate where a bunch of worms are just in the town right next to you when you teleport to the place. And it's funny. They've decided to exist in the worm zone against their... Well, I don't know. Maybe the worms decided to exist in that zone after they were there. But, like, those worms must be annoying. Just going through your daily routine and then, like, a million worms start attacking. It's probably, like, every day. I guess they'd probably get decent experience points from that. Keep it secret, keep it safe, and look to the coming of our allies. Unto them you shall bequeath our all, and thus will Ronka live on. By his command we have remained in the rak'tika Greatwood, guardians of Ronka's ruins and the wisdom held within. I forgot that monsters did that in Ul'dah, but yeah, they did. They sure did. That's literally the intro to Ul'dah. I'm getting a little sidetracked from the actual current conversation I'm having with Almet here. Previous emperor of the Ronka Empire told them to stay here and guard the ruins forever until the allies appeared. Is, I think, what we've learned so far. I hope thou will not think the question impertinent, but did thy people's famed longevity perchance play a part in the Emperor's decision to entrust this mission unto thee and thine? That was one reason, yes. We Vis would easily live to see 3 of your elven lifetimes. I have no idea why this detail needs to exist, and it's a little bit weird to me. They're just like, yeah, Vera just stop physically aging and then live for 300 years or whatever. Don't worry about it. It's just a thing that happens. But why? Why though? Anyway, we were also the fiercest fighters. There are none more fit than us to stand watch over the remains of Ronka. But our duty has grown ever more perilous in the wake of the flood. Settlements such as this one were plentiful before the light claimed dominion over the land, but now, Fanao is all that remains. Probably just Fano. Our numbers dwindle year by year. Before long, there will be no one left to honor the Emperor's wishes. And you believe we are the allies for whom you have waited? That could be possible, I guess. I don't know that that's established. I don't know what, if anything, is established about Vieiras on the source at all, other than the existence of, like, Fran. Don't tell me. I'm sure that there will be at least one Vieira who's important later. The only other one that we've actually seen in the source, not counting Ayato, the mystery party member, who's always there for some reason, that nobody could possibly ever figure out. It's because Aya's my friend. And the only other one that I can think of that we've seen on the source so far is the one from the Sage questline. Anyway, and you believe we are the allies for whom you have waited? You have the seal, do you not? After 3 millennia of waiting, that alone is nothing short of a miracle. Truth be told, I'd begun to think you would never come. Sister. Sulk. We are glad of your presence here in the Greatwood. The wisdom of Ronka is yours should you wish it. You need only ask. Nod. Tell me all the wisdom. You come in search of the Light Warden. My apologies, but I do not know where it makes its lair. Oymet, do you recall any sightings of this creature? Yeah, basically. Not these past 30 summers. 30? But that would mean... How old are you exactly? Everyone's just looking at Minfilia. That might be rude. Young enough to remember. With age comes knowledge. There may yet be one among us who's seen or heard of the abomination you seek. I think it's funny how a common set of 2 words has been forever ruined by culture. Ruined, parentheses, funny. Forever altered might be a better way of putting it. And the culture is specifically internet culture. Anyway. We have leave to speak with the other V's then? But of course. Then we should split up and inquire individually.
Amon, Among Us.
Among Us. Indeed. If someone knows something, I would hear it while there is yet time to act. Being able to ignore a meme is powerful, truthfully. Whenever I see those words, I can't help but think about it. I haven't pointed them out every single time, but I do think about it every single time. There's been at least one use of the words Among Us every Final Fantasy XIV stream recently, I think. In the name of Ronka and the late Emperor, I promise we will do all we can to assist you and yours. Let not our looks deceive you. It is true we are still in our youth, but we are older than you might think. I pray you find the knowledge you seek. Oh, what I would not give to see the warden brought low. Speak with the residents of Fano to gather information. After a long day on patrol, it is not uncommon for those on duty to stop at bow rest. The tents and provisions are sufficient to rest before returning to Fano. I hope there's an NPC somewhere that comments on how they haven't seen a hat in this village for like 40 years or something like that. I think that would be funny. NPC that specifically detects if you have a visible hat and is like, what the hell is that? Or something. Gemstone Trader. Hurrah! I do not have enough. Vera can wear hats now, if you break the law. The Light Warden? No, I have not seen it. And by the law, I mean the terms of service. But I have witnessed the horrors of the Lesser Eaters, how they are wont to hunt in packs and carry off their victims rather than consuming them on the spot. I suspect the Warden is a grotesque, corpulent thing waiting patiently for its minions to bring its next meal. I've not seen the Light Warden, and I pray I never do. You're sort of guessing a lot about that from your limited information. I presume I would have to reach rank 2 or possibly 3 to get said minion. I have done a little bit of fates in other places, as you can see here. So I'll get there eventually. The beauty of hats, Sasuke, is that there are many options for how they may be worn and what they might be designed like. So it could be either of those. Or maybe even both at the same time. Your coming was foretold long ago, and yet still we were unprepared for your arrival. Judging by your dress, the world beyond the Greatwood has seen much change indeed. I don't know why they have people here specifically, like, slightly dunk on your name and your outfit. My apologies for our informal welcome. It was a dream of mine to prepare a feast for the allies of Ronka should they one day arrive to our village, but your arrival was so unexpected I had no time to prepare. Ah, I could buy a salad. Or Mega Piranha. I mean, I guess. Yeah. I wouldn't say it's a good trope either. This texture looks like something. I don't know what, actually. I was going to say it looked like a pizza that someone had used the oil painting tool in paint.net on. But I don't think pizza has large yellow leaves in it. Those are kind of leaf looking. I guess that could be pineapple pizza. And then that's some sort of stew. This is clearly pineapple pizza in a bowl, and I will hear no words to the contrary. Wait, are those prices really... Were the prices a lot? Oh yeah, I guess so. I didn't even think about it. An outsider? But how? By the gods, allies of the Empire, my sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. It was the warden you wished to know about, yes? My mother, may she rest in peace, told me once of its appearance in these woods. Before settling here in Fano, she lived in a village near Rak'tika Falls until it was destroyed by the Sin Eaters. While out on patrol one day, she spotted a swarm of the abominations, one of which was different from the rest. It was larger for one thing, but what struck her was the way its fellows seemed to revere it. She was convinced that what she had seen was the Light Warden. Your exchange with Coril has taught you something about the Light Warden's possible whereabouts. I like this trend of granting you learned information in the form of key items. I think that's interesting. It makes sense. But they hadn't really done that until Shadowbringers, I don't think. I guess it implies that Sucro is taking notes. Oh, I spoke to you already? Where's the person I meant to speak to around here? Oh, you're right there. I somehow missed you. It was not my intention to pry, but your voices carry far. I know what it is you would ask of me. Unfortunately, the answer is no. I have not seen the Light Warden. I patrol the ruins perimeter regularly, and if it were hiding nearby, I would know about it. I apologize that I cannot be of more help, but I've told you all I know. I forgot to speak to the other person a second time afterwards, but that's fine. Sucro would probably consider making her own book of some kind. Or at least she would be the sort to consider like taking notes or a journal or something of that nature. I don't know if she actually does, but she might. You search for the Light Warden? I cannot say I've ever laid eyes on it. Our duty is to protect the ruins, nothing more. We have no need to strike out in search of such a foe. Do you feel that? The breeze blows towards the morning stars, a good omen. After a long day on patrol, sleep comes easy knowing the gods smile upon us. At least one of the notes is I'm a cat. Probably. Unless it's just something she's compelled to say rather than something she writes. That's an interesting thought. I imagine that they have some control over how loud they are. And like on average, they are as loud as everyone else. But it's possible that they might be able to be louder than some others. I don't know. No one I spoke to had seen hide nor hair of the Warden, but that may not be surprising given their disinclination to stray far from the ruins. Like, all the voice samples are within the same range of sound balancing. Did you have any luck speaking with the Vis? Myriad are the tales the Vis did share with me. Alas, none made mention of the Warden nor its lair. Were you able to learn aught of the Warden's whereabouts? Okay, there is that one Mikote voice where you can very clearly hear them going, "Whew! Whew! Whoa! Whew!" I once had the thought of using a Fantasia entirely to change Sucro's voice to that one for a joke for one stream to see if anyone would notice. But I would probably not be able to... I would probably not want to do that, actually. Because, first of all, I would definitely start laughing every time. And secondly, editing Sucro's voice would be a little bit strange, because I'm used to what she's got. I've also considering editing Sucro to be maximum height as a joke. But I think that would also be strange. And also, she would still be shorter than a lot of characters. I pray you find the knowledge you seek. Okay, you have the same line. I'll speak to you then. I pray the others were able to provide what I could not. I learned one notes. Near rak'tika Falls? Why was I not told of this? I think I see now why it has never been spotted on our patrols. I have never heard of this rak'tika Falls. I can but assume it lies deep within the woods of Ismaya. I immediately... Ismaya, that's how it was. I, forgot how to word for a second. Just so, but the tunnel which leads there collapsed after a rather bloody battle with the Eaters, and has not been passable for many years. We made several attempts to clear away the rubble, yet each time we were driven back. In the end, we were forced to give it up as lost. You know, that reinforces the idea that the Light Warden is hiding there, I would say. Thereby making it a suitable place for the Warden to take sanctuary. Yeah, exactly. There is perhaps one way to enter, though it would be at great peril to you and your companions. The Katana Ravel, a temple to the northeast. It has been sealed for centuries, but within is a path that leads to the falls. Can it be opened? Nod. For the allies of Ronka, it can. First, we must go to the Kamul Astropolis. Once the flow of magic is restored there, the path through the Katana Ravel can be opened. This may sound a simple task, but there are certain obstacles which prevent us from attending to it ourselves. And we know not how to overcome them. The Emperor never granted our forebears leave to look upon the secrets we are charged with protecting. That we might not be tempted, the means to do so were withheld from us. We can but show you the way, the rest will be up to you. It would seem we have our work cut out for us, then, shall we? We have no time to waste. Let us be about it, then. Once again, the Warrior of Light having an opportunity to be like, fine if I have to. I guess. But I don't think Sucro would do that. If that is your wish, it is my duty to escort you. While we attend to matters at the Kamul Astropolis, I would ask that your sisters accompany Urianger and Thancred, and share with them all they can of these woods. While we have every intention of investigating rak'tika Falls, 'tis yet possible the Light Warden dwells elsewhere. With that in mind, it would behoove us to prepare an alternative course of action. Leave it to Thancred, says Thancred. Uymet, Saimet, I leave them to you. Nod, nod. Yes, sister. Should our present course prove false, doubt not but that Thancred and I shall find any and all possible paths forward. We must make haste and see this done. The Katana Ravel and the Light Warden await. What you seek lies in the heart of the Kamul Astropolis. Unfortunately, it too was sealed shut by order of His Eminence. If we are to open it, we must first look to the morning stars. Come, I will show you the way. But also there is a side quest. What do you want, Heimet? As I live and breathe, an ally of Ronka. It just so happens I have a vital task I would entrust to none other. Our V's on patrol require new raiments, and I would have you deliver them to them at Bow Rest. They should be expecting you. I pray there will not be a repeat of your incident with Chieftainess Almet. Okay, so this is in the opposite direction of where we need to go for the story. Just wanted to check if it was on the way. Lahi, by the way. Hello. An outsider come from the village. How did you... Ah, Heimet spoke of you, an ally of Ronka, yes? Welcome to Bow Rest. This outpost serves dual purposes. Here we would keep watch for any who would intrude on our home, and also for beasts that would feed it. We must stay ever alert so that our arrows strike true. Thank you for your delivery. I will remember this well. Oh, what a sight. It is not often we see so vaunted a hero as yourself in this remote area. What do you need from me? Our new attire, wonderful. Indeed, the fabric and design are everything Heimet made them out to be. This will aid us greatly. The leather is made from the skin of rails and is unsurpassed in quality. They are bestowed upon all who come of age and complete the rites. The particulars of said rites, well, best save that for another time, lest I give you nightmares. Okay, sure. I don't know why you needed to even allude to that, whatever that could be. I'm already concerned by this. It is a great honor to don such magnificent attire. I could ask for none greater, truly. To clarify, I don't think it's anything specific. Just the fact that we have to do some nightmare nonsense is concerning by itself. I did not expect an ally of Ronka to come to Bow Rest. What brings you here? A delivery. Ah, of course. Heimet said someone would be delivering these to us. They are made specially for archers and will not impede our movements as stiffer material does. Every so often invaders will come clad in steel from head to toe. However, their overconfidence makes them blind. Every defense has an opening, and that is where we take aim. I cannot wait to wear this new outfit myself. I would not dare try it on now, however, not while Ronka's ally is standing right in front of me. Come back later if you wish to see it. Ow. Why are all the deer around here so mad? All of them are aggressive. Did they just forget what a non-aggressive enemy was? I don't think most deer in our reality would immediately try to kill you if you were close enough to them. Granted, these won't because my level is too high, but still. Unless you've kept one for yourself, I see your deliveries are complete. Thank you. Although I told them you were coming, I imagine it was an entirely different thing to actually speak with you. It shall not be long until you are accepted as one of our own. May we work together again, ally of Ronka. You know, I believe you. I believe that the deer could have been recruited to help defend the ruins. That seems possible. It would have been irresponsible for me to just drive off the platform, but I almost did. Where's the Lahi? Where's the Lahi? There's a cube. A cube made of more cubes. Looking upon these structures, I cannot help but be— there it is! I cannot help but be reminded of the ruins in Girabania. Yet the manner in which they appear to be suppressing the natural flow of ether is more akin to the Allegan pillars in the House of the Crooked Coin. Oh, there's also this enemy design. Good old, like, Reggie Ronka over here. That's pretty good. Funny tall robot. You were able to keep up, I see. Well done. Ahead lie the Morning Stars, 4 monuments built in tribute to the Guardians of Rak'tika. Beyond them is the Great Pyramid of Uxnur, where the flow of magic must be restored. It is said that the monuments are themselves the keys to opening the pyramid. Though I know not how, that is for you to discover. Another puzzle, wonderful. I would have a closer look. The Ronkins and their dang puzzles. Allegans didn't like puzzles this much. I don't know if Allegans liked puzzles or not, actually. You can tell they love puzzles because they have enchanted Rubik's Cubes to defend their ruins as well. Rubik's Cubes that only have, like, 4 parts, but still. I must confess, there are times when I too wonder what lies within these ruins, but I would never defy the will of the Emperor. That's true, they did like those things. Wait, patch installation music? I don't remember that happening. Or wait, did that happen when we were learning about Extreme Omega or something? It is indeed another puzzle, but for a blessing it appears to be similar to the one we encountered in the lake. These statues are all depictions of the divine beasts mentioned on the tablet. No doubt they will open the way into the pyramid in like manner. We have but to discern the correct order. Let's split up and search the area for clues. These ruins are covered in ancient inscriptions. The answer may well be hiding among them. Indeed, it may be best to transcribe them if they are as numerous as you say. Better that than risk overlooking something. Though transcription would prove impractical for you, not being versed in Ronkan script. No matter, you will employ a different approach, impressions. Here, I thought to use these clay tablets to record any significant imagery we discovered, but they will serve you just as well. Take impressions of any inscriptions you find. We will start at the base of the pyramids. You begin at the top. When you've finished, return here and I will translate your findings. How much time has Justola spent on the first? Was it like 3 years? And she's already able to read an ancient language that didn't exist on the source? I'm climbing a staircase. A simple tablet made of clay used to preserve the inscriptions of ancient relics. You take an impression of the writing inscribed on the monument. Now I have to be very careful about descending the staircase. No, I don't, because I'm not going to be in combat, but you know, still. It's the principle of the matter. The principle of don't fall and make Sucro sad. Are all of these, like, climbing a pyramid type ones? I was told to climb, so probably yes. What do you think, Y'shtola? Did you find anything? I'm working on it. What do you think, Almet? There are so many inscriptions, I scarcely know where to start. I saw one somewhere. It's probably up there. Oh, and I wasn't like I know Y'shtola is smart, but I feel like learning an entire ancient language within a few years is still a lot. But I struggled especially with any language classes in school outside of like my native language of English. I really had difficulty learning other languages, so I don't know. You take an impression of the writing inscribed on the monument. I would say of all the categories of a class that you could have in school, like foreign language is probably the one I struggled with the most. Maybe? It's one that left an impression on me of something that I have a lot of difficulty with, to be sure. It's funny that you have to climb the stairs in this way. You take an impression of the writing inscribed on the tablet. That's over there. Okay. Tsukuro must not be made sad by taking fall damage. She will make a sad noise of being hurt, and I will be sad. Look at this glowing pine cone, though. What about that? Oh. You take an impression of the writing inscribed on the monument. I trust you've made good use of those clay tablets? A clay tablet with impressions of ancient scripture. Well done. A moment while I decipher what you found. Apologies for the delay. Nothing we saw at the base of the pyramids gave any hint as to the solution of the puzzle, focusing instead on how to proceed having solved it. Your findings, on the other hand, appear to form a riddle. Once assembled, it reads as follows. Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. I'd assumed that the puzzle would involve a sequence, but from what Almet and I were able to gather, it is but a matter of suffusing one of the statues with ether. The question being, which one? Have you any thoughts? Could you repeat that, please? Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. Such cryptic writings, how are they related to the divine beasts? Well, what statues do we have? They're already marked. Corel statue, serpent statue, colibri, owl, opo, wolf. I would imagine the owl statue is the solution because it says mark the crown, and that is the mark of the empire. If it's only one of them, I would try that one. Also, there's a fallen owl statue right here. The owl fell over. Given your talent for finding solutions to vexatious problems, I think it best that you choose the statue. What say you, Sucro? Offer your Stola your thoughts? Sure. Right then, after you've selected a statue, I will imbue it with the required ether. Should it prove to be a trap, I am more than capable of warding off any malign magics it may contain. Now, which statue will it be? Might I hear the riddle one more time, just to make sure? Yes, of course, I have it written here. Come together, share despair, go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call, avert thy gaze forever fall. I'm guessing the owl. Alright, I pray this works. I don't remember the answer, though I have done this part before. That seems correct. The ether has been absorbed. You really do have a talent for these things. Thumbs up. Okay, now I'm wondering how Y'shtola can learn an entire language in 3 years but not really solve this riddle. I mean, I guess that's a different skill set. That's pretty different, actually. But, like, I don't know. I don't mean to say it's an easy riddle and if you have difficulty with it, something. But for whatever reason, I was able to know the answer quickly. A moment. Maintaining my wards has proven more taxing than anticipated. The way should be clear now. Come, let us... Someone approaches. Oh, it's just you. Sister! Simet? What are you doing here? What has happened? Yulmoran soldiers, they've entered Ixmaya. Yulmoran soldiers? What of the Blessed? Nothing specific, but it seems the Yulmorans had little interest in Slitherbow or its people. Also, I just realized I was saying Ismaya for a second because I forgot that it's probably Ixmaya. I don't know why. According to our scouts, their general and his men made all haste for the gate to Ixmaya upon finding it. Together with Thancred, Oymet and some few others have engaged them at the border. You are to return and assist Oymet at once. They are not to set foot near the ruins of Fano. We will see to matters here and return as quickly as we can, understood? Yes, sister, be careful. Though I knew time was short, I did not expect the Yulmorans to move so swiftly. But we've come too far to turn back now. Lahi? I swear, the Yulmorans harm so much as a hair on the heads of the Blessed. Mikasa tu pasa, of course. It's silly puns time. Time is against us, friend. Quickly, into the pyramid. I feel like that's a funny set of two sentences without the context. Time is against us. Quickly, into the pyramid. Wood bat. Bat of the wood. Level 75 regular bat. Oh no. Puzzles are going to happen more. And there's a pit here. The Confessional of Tupasa the Elder. Cool door. Our way has been barred again. I'm beginning to lose my patience. We don't really have time for patience, to be fair. The switch should be through these doors in the Confessional of Tupasa the Elder, but why is it not open? Magic appears to be flowing through the walls, but it's being obstructed as it approaches the door. Is it not strange that only one of these pedestals bears an owl statue? This is a very Zelda dungeon puzzles. The close-ups on the pedestals is funny. Strange indeed. The second statue is likely hidden to keep the door sealed. We can cover more ground if we split up. Almet, take the chamber to the south. Sucro, the one to the east. I will search the chamber to the west. Lahi? Just immediate reaction every time I hear it is to excitedly repeat Lahi. Because I'm silly like that. Anyway, owls. Oh hey. This is the bird. This is the sort of bird that we heard leather was made out of. It's a sort of bird that has an entire other face as its body. That's fine, I guess. I found an owl statue. I am unsure whether or not the bird would enjoy pasta. I've looked everywhere and... Wait, is that... The statue, you found it. It looks light enough. We need but return it to the other altar, no? One might assume so, but nothing about these ruins has ever been quite so simple. I sensed a strange energy emanating from the eyes of the statues in the corridors of this palace. Should this figure be moved, it would not surprise me for them to suddenly stir to life. A trap, then, for the unsuspecting as they attempt to return this to its rightful place. Precisely. Caution would serve us well here. Which is why I would ask you to deliver this statue to the main chamber. An abundance of magic yet courses through these walls. For my eyes, distractingly so. I believe yours, on the other hand, would more aptly perceive the traps for what they are. Leave it to me. Alright then, we will meet you at the door to the Confessional of Tupasa the Elder. Deliver the owl statuette to the altar at the entrance of the Confessional of Tupasa the Elder. You will have 2 minutes to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the starting location and begin anew. Be wary of attacks from enemies, except don't because of the level range. Hello, I have Owl. I have it. For those cutscenes, I was thinking, wait, is Y'shtola shorter than Sucro? But no, she's like very, very, very slightly taller than Sucro. So Y'shtola's like 5'1". Or something. My assumption is that I need to avoid the gaze of the owl statues, which was also part of the poem, incidentally. Also, the eyes are very glowing, so, you know, that would make sense, logically speaking. So I have to go around this room. I just wanted a picture of Sucro holding the owl. I did it. You successfully delivered the statuette to the altar. Why is this music playing then? Your statue is returned, but was that enough? I believe it was. I can see ether flowing to the door now. It'd be funny if this music was playing because Emmett Selk was on the other side of the door doing, like, the Hildebrand pose or something. I pray this means an end to the tricks and traps of these ruins. Well done. Just like Emmett Selk flexing for no reason. Oh. The sooner we can enter the katana ravel, the better. Yeah, Y'shtola is very slightly taller than Sucro. I think. Yep. You are but one step from entering the katana ravel, but I must warn you, this last step is without question the most perilous. Overcome this final trial, and the path forward will open to you. A path laden with more puzzles and traps, I'm sure. Did the Emperor always take such pleasure in wasting the time of his allies? Let us end this, Sucro, while time is yet on our side. Let us do what needs to be done and quit this place. We've precious little time. Y'shtola really doesn't like puzzles, huh? Legend of the Not-So-Hidden Temple. That's a very silly name. Given my naming scheme for the YouTube videos, I guess I could use that one. Before we enter, I would tell you of the trial that awaits you. The chamber is said to be filled with all manner of devices to keep trespassers away from the switch. The most potent being wards of displacement. They may very well force you into danger. Should we become separated, please use these. Whisper weeds. They will allow us to communicate no matter where we may find ourselves. I think Sucro and I can work out how to use these well enough, thank you. Alright, Sucro, the sooner we finish here, the sooner we can return to the others. I will do all I can to assist you, but I cannot guarantee your safety once we enter. Shall we get this over with? I forgot there was a combat trial here. Oh hey, we must hurry before the Yulmoran soldiers gain any ground. I sort of remember this music from Palace of the Dead, but I think this was attached to something else. Wait, do you see those sentinels? They are made to curse any who enter the pyramid. It is said to be seen by them is to be seen by death. Beware their gaze. Stealth. Perhaps there's a pattern to their movements. Just like Zelda Ocarina of Time. I'm gonna poke this orb. In event is a cool status effect to have. Sister, can you hear me? 2 soldiers have broken through our defenses. Follow them, they're not to reach this temple, understood? A pair of soldiers somehow made it past my sisters, no doubt on their way here. All the more reason we should hurry then. Brilliant conviction, breaking limits as only a true warrior of light could. Is also a status effect in another sentinel. Its movement is somehow different from before. It's fine. We must find a place to hide. Stay sharp. There is a pattern to their movements. I always get worried about stealth segments, but they're usually not actually that bad. They're either stealth segments in video games are usually like either the worst thing ever or just sort of existing and not a problem. There's not much in between where they're like reasonably challenging. It will not last. They are massive. How are we to get around them? I will draw their attention with the glamour. It will not last long. The moment they're distracted, we must run with haste. Make ready to run. Now. That's very funny. You're still sending illusory clones to distract them. Works pretty well, apparently. Oh, that makes them all fall over. A teleportation device. This should end well. There's no turning back. In event, once again. Participating in an in-game event. In event? Isn't that the dancer move that lets you dodge? No, it's not. Sucro? Almet? Can anyone hear me? We've been sent to, cough cough, separate chambers. This mist. Poison, and it has nullified my magic. Of course. These markings on the floor, I think they show the way out. It's the Team Rocket base now. Oh. So... I can jump. But no, I can't actually. But wait, don't these go in the same direction? Like that goes in there, that goes... What? Oh, I didn't read that one very well. Y'shtola has already solved it, but my brain is struggling. Nope, that's wrong. I'm going to die. I'm actually going to die to this. I don't remember this being a problem. I'm here. Sucro, are you alright? I got there. Sorry. Why did they add the NPCs telling you when they solved the problems? To make you feel bad that you weren't? I don't know. Somehow we're still in one piece. That means little to the others if we do not hurry. I don't know why they made the game design decision to make the NPCs report when they had solved the puzzle. As if to, yeah, like, point out that you should have solved it already. Also, creepy hallway time. And yeah, Y'shtola having an understandable reaction to teleportation, for sure. This is what they call a liminal space of some sort, I'm sure. Speaking of languages, like we were earlier, the definition of liminal space is probably changed a lot by this point. Oh. It keeps meaning different things. What was that noise? Boulder. By the gods! It's okay, I will simply block it. Run! Automatic sprinting. There, that crevice in the wall. This is just like Elden Ring. There's literally that one part of Elden Ring that is just like this, actually. Where do they always get this endless supply of perfectly spherical giant death boulders anyway? We have to jump! Oh, good thing there's water here. Two or three parts? Of what? Well, there's no going back now. I pray it is not much farther. Sister, they've reached the temple. I fear they are too fast for us. Be careful of the traps inside. We are nearly there. It is unheard of for anyone to outpace the Vis. What is this man that comes after you? Could it be Ranjit? If so, we have precious little time. Oh, okay. There's 2 or 3 parts of Elden Ring like that. Yeah, that makes sense. This hallway in particular reminds me of Pharaoh Sirius. I believe it starts in a similar sort of place. Another door. Wonderful. I can but imagine what waits us inside. I forget if I saw that boulder sequence on stream, but I might have. Elden Ring is a thing I streamed a bunch of and then never went back and completed. There you are. Oh. Impossible.
Away with you!
How did they get here?
Here I come! No holding back!
Oh good, that works on the NPC allies now. Did they have to do similar puzzles, or did they just find a way that works like a lot quicker? Also, Ranjit is not using any of his super fancy tech. For some reason. Or summoning the dragon that he has. Okay, he did make a tornado. He's doing this. I fear this is going nowhere. Oh, he might sign that. You know what to do. At once, sister. I have him. Yeah. We will hold him here. Quickly, make for the heart of Tabasa. Ah, I see. More sentinels. Go, Suker. I will draw their attention. I will poke the orb. I will take the orb. I will poke it. Orb. Is that... What do we need this for, exactly?
It seems to be working.
Nod. What happened to the adjutant?
I think not.
Why does... Oh wait, I had my gap closer. I was about to complain, why does he get one?
General!
There he is.
Hold on! Huh?
You stepped on the funny button. You fool. You fool. You...
Clone.
You stepped on the button. Well.
Expertly done.
How was I to know that that would happen? It looked like any other part of the floor.
Kick him into the pit.
Might now be an opportune time to strike a bargain?
No.
We poisoned a number of villagers in Slitherbough with a toxin brewed for us by the children.
That's not a bargain.
This is the antidote. I dare say you know how potent their concoctions are, and the futility of trying to counteract their effects. Now, try anything here, and we're all likely to fall. Eventually, someone will come to our rescue, or yours. Promise us safe passage, and we'll give you the antidote.
I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. Though I could throw you pretty far, at least vertically, right now.
Do we have a deal?
So, I trust you less than that, actually.
We do not negotiate with the enemy. The villagers' lives are forfeit.
as is yours.
Oh.
General?
Apparently, yeah.
To the stars. On a vacation. On a Saturday evening. Directly to you.
Directly to me?
Destroy!
Do not fail.
Probably yelling Y'shtola. Bye, Y'shtola.
How noble and pointless.
Hey, you. I have a sword. I know that you have very powerful martial arts, but also...
Is everyone all right?
No.
What in the...
Oriage! At once!
Whoop.
Down with you!
Dunked! Yeah, Urianger literally used rescue to yeet Ranjit into the pit.
Where is Y'shtola?
Lahi? Jeez, it'd be funny if Y'shtola was literally like right here, right now. Why would she do such a thing? Oh, Y'shtola, had we been but a few steps faster. We should have tried harder to repel them. I failed you. Words fail to express my shame. Thankfully, Ranjit's cohorts had the good sense to fall back. Oymet should be here soon with word from Fano. We should hold our position here until she arrives. Dot dot dot. Almet, please tell me you know if that hole might lead out into the woods somewhere. Shake head. Were there another means of exiting the temple, there's no question that we would know of it. But I fear that is of little consequence, for we have tried to mark the depth of the pit and failed. To fall from such a height... Everyone looking down. Sister, I come bearing news! The Yulmoran soldiers and the children have fled Ixmaya. They abandoned Slitherbow as well, though they yet remain in the swamps near Lakeland. Unfortunately, a number of the Blessed were poisoned while fending off the soldiers. One we believed to be of their order was found lost in Ixmaya, feverish and badly wounded. He was taken to Fano for treatment, but I fear there's little we can do for him. He and the other Blessed will not last long without an antidote. Then you must act quickly. If you have a spare vial, Minfilia and I can deliver it to the Blessed at Slitherbow. You and Urianger should return to Fano and tend to the wounded villager there. Nod. What about Y'shtola? I know it seems callous of us to leave, but she leapt into that hole for a reason. We have to save the Blessed, whatever it takes. All right. My sisters and I will remain here. We must be certain no soldiers are still lurking about. Nod, nod. Come, Sucro. Let not Y'shtola's sacrifice be in vain. To Fano. Nod. Here we go. Lahi? Robin, don't just immediately say Lahi when the song says Lahi challenge. Difficulty impossible. It's just fun to say. Zuko forgot how stairs worked for a second. It's fine though. Oh no, it's Runar. Groan. Heavens forfend, Runar. 'Twas he who forestalled the Yulmoran's procession, and in so doing afforded thee time to traverse the temple. Quickly, the antidote. A special restorative uniquely crafted to cure poisons concocted by the children of the everlasting dark. Okay, that's what they're called. I missed, like, the word everlasting when I was trying to remember their name. Groan. Runar still appears visibly pained. Perhaps he requires another dose of medicine. Medicine seems to take effect as the color slowly creeps back to his cheeks. Master Matoya. It would appear the worst hath passed, though his wounds yet want for mending. I shall minister to him forthwith. Rest, Sucro, I prithee. I shall attend to Runar's ministrations. There's another instance of someone telling Sucro to take a nap, please. It continues to occur. Sucro is going to stand here instead. I don't know how you see color in his cheeks, but there's probably some way to tell. I don't know. Heroes do need rest. I mentioned it earlier. Having a flashback to 1 second ago. I mentioned it earlier that, like, they've been mentioning a lot in Shadowbringers, actually, that Sucro should take a rest, like,
Runa,
more,
thank goodness.
like, a lot more than they have in previous parts of the game. I was just pointing it out because people are mentioning it a lot more than they used to.
We delivered the antidote to Slitherbow, and from what we could gather on the way here, the Yulmorans have had the good manners to withdraw. Thank the gods they did. We would never have made it here in time. I'm told we have Runar and his comrades to thank for keeping the soldiers occupied prior to their retreat. They were preparing to come for you and Y'shtola, it seems, when Runar rallied the villagers and pursued them out of Slitherbow.
I must. Where am I?
Ixmaya, in the care of the Vis. Thou art safe now, friend. Pray, rest thee a while longer.
No. No, I am all right. Somewhat heavy of limb, perhaps, but otherwise well, I assure you. I am glad to see you are all safe. When we realized where the soldiers were headed, we knew something had to be done. I do not see Master Matoya. She was with you, yes? What happened to her?
I cannot say for certain, but it was she who secured the antidote. She saved the Knights Blessed, albeit at a cost, or... ... I have been picking ... a lot, but she saved the Knights Blessed, albeit at a cost.
Spare me your riddles and speak plain. Where is Master Matoya?
I just picked what I thought Sucro might say.
No. No. No, that cannot be. Why would she do such a thing? Was there no other way? I cannot believe that she... We must begin the search immediately. I will come with you. What are you waiting for? We must find her. She could be trapped, or hurt, or... She is alive. She is alive, damn you!
I don't think I believed that she was dead for real either when I got here.
Forgive me for interrupting, but our scouts have apprehended an intruder. We thought perhaps he might be an associate of yours.
Oh. Why was she smiling at him?
Oh, look who it is.
Well, this is embarrassing. In my defense, they are surprisingly tenacious. So, what trouble have you gotten yourselves into this time?
He does have a little bit of that vibe to him. Just going ahead and explaining all of our troubles to Emmett, I guess.
Well, well. What an intriguing turn of events. My condolences, by the way. 'Tis never easy to lose the ones we love.
How genuine is that comment
Well,
from him?
she is dead, isn't she? Wishing it were otherwise will not make it so.
That you should be indifferent to her loss is no surprise. But to us, she was a friend. The best of friends.
It probably is complicated how genuine that statement is from him. Sad Sucro. Having a flashback again. That burst of wind, though, what was that about?
You have something on your mind. What is it?
She's done... I'm beginning to wonder what really happened when she fell, or after she fell, there was a powerful gust of wind as if from nowhere. I'll just state what happened.
Pray recount to us again that which thou witnessed in the ruins, omitting not the slightest detail.
And then she did so.
Flow.
Yep. She's probably used her funny teleportation magic of great risk again. And that's part of why I chose that option, albeit at a cost, because there's still a cost associated with whatever she did to probably stay alive, maybe. She's done this kind of shenanigan before.
The teleportation magic she used to spirit us away from Uldar after the bloody banquet. I recall a similar gale in the tunnel before it took effect.
I forgot about the wind happening there.
Interesting. I thought I sensed a brief disturbance in the live stream. How reassuring to know it was not my imagination.
Y'shtola, stop teleporting into the livestream challenge difficulty impossible. Say another difficulty impossible thing. This Emmett look is funny.
I felt it only once, I should mention, which would suggest she is still adrift on its currents.
Then I fear she may yet be lost to us. For it was only by the grace of the elementals that she was plucked from that great ethereal river.
We just have to find Elementals 2, the first version.
Ah, very well. I'll go and fetch her. Perhaps a clear and unambiguous act of kindness will serve to win the trust you seem so determined to deny me.
Smile? Question mark? By the blessed dark, there is yet hope. Could it truly be within his power to pluck Y'shtola from the lifestream as he claimeth? 'Tis a feat beyond even the greatest practitioners of the arcane. Yet if he would attempt it, we cannot well stand in his way. Do you really think he can bring her back? Though I'm loath to trust him, I suppose we have no choice, for now at least. I'm relieved to know he's an acquaintance of yours, though I see you are not close. If he should displease you, we would be happy to deal with him. I confess, I do not fully understand what is happening here, but I gather we were right to bring this man to you. We found him asleep in the shade of a tree near the ruins, a fine way to behave when one's companions are in dire straits. Emmett Selk was just taking a nap. The Yulmoran soldiers are unlike anything I've ever seen, their leader especially. To outpace even our swiftest hunters, he's not to be taken lightly. Now then, if I'm to fetch her for you, I will require a suitable place to work. We must find somewhere that resonates strongly with the lifestream. And by we, I mean you. To that end, I give you this, an ethereal lamp of my own design. Keep it close as you venture out into the woods. The brighter the glow, the stronger the location's resonance with the lifestream. Once you've found a likely spot, all you need to do is whistle. You do know how to whistle, don't you, hero? Just put your lips together and blow. To find a location that resonates with the lifestream, you'll need to search the area marked on your map. Use your ethereal lamp to pinpoint an ideal location, then call for Emmett Selk. No, it's a regular friendship lamp of unambiguous kindness. Don't worry about it. He said it himself. And Emmett Selk would surely never tell a lie. He seems more of the type to speak around the truth rather than directly against it. The lamp glows warmly. Nope. I went further away that time. I was closer a second ago. The lamplight is near blinding. Perhaps now would be a good time to call for Emmett Selk. Hey, the place of residence is on the flowers. And I guess Sucro does know how to whistle.
Yes, this place should serve well enough. Might I have a little space? I need to concentrate. Now then, what color was her soul again?
Souls have colors, apparently.
Ah, there you are.
Snap. Like that. Did the live stream remove your clothing again? Does it do that every time? Yeah, he does like the finger snap.
He's done it. He's brought her back.
I guess it did that to Thancred as well. Oh, thank you. He also just magicked her outfit back, somehow.
Y'shtola, are you all right?
You mean Master Matoya? I'm not sure what Sucro's soul color would be.
Yes, though I cannot imagine how. What happened?
First of all, you used the riskiest spell ever a second time.
Thou didst invoke the power of flow, which thence did usher thy soul unto the life stream.
Again.
I wanted to save the antidote, and after that...
I guess you probably didn't think about it too much.
I did something exceedingly reckless, for which you will just have to forgive me.
The age rating of this game is teen, I think.
Master Matoya! Oh, thank the heavens you're alright.
Runar.
I had nearly given up hope.
Please, Runar, dry your tears. What would the others think if they saw you like this? Come now. Did you really think I would go gently into that dark night with so much left undone? So many mysteries left unsolved?
But yeah.
Is there aught you wish to say to me? A word of thanks, perhaps?
Oh yeah, I do like how when we explained to Y'shtola what happened, we completely omitted the part where Emmett Selk did anything. I think her eyes are the same.
Emmett Selk, the Ascian of whom I spoke. 'Twas he who plucked thee from the life stream.
Yeah, her eyes are the same.
I see. Thank you. Differences notwithstanding, you saved my life, and for that I am grateful.
Emmett Trug.
But let us turn our attention to more important matters, such as the Katana Ravel. You had better not have explored its depths without me.
No, we were more concerned about saving you first. I'll tell you after you've got some rest. I wouldn't have known where to start. Heavens no, in fact, I was awaiting your return. I mean, this is the closest to truth, but it might be... I don't know. I was awaiting your return. Nod. Now, the sassy one was the I'll tell you more after you rest, or whatever.
In such uncharacteristically high spirits. Let us return to Fanoff then. Discuss the coming expedition.
Fanoff, okay. The W is pronounced like an F in this case. Thank you, Thancred. But yeah, the Heavens No was... I guess there was maybe a little bit of sass in there, but I think Sucro was just earnestly trying to say, no, we wanted to make sure you were okay first. Nod. 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 Lahi? What a touching reunion that was. It fair brought a tear to the eye. But as we both know, such tender moments are nothing if not momentary. Before long, they will remember their many differences and return to squabbling. You're wrong, they're better than that. Or it says the Archbringer of Chaos. Says the Archbringer of Chaos. Ha ha ha! Flattery will get you nowhere, my dear. But seriously, we Ascians do what we do for the greater good, for the rejoining. Though we may sow the seeds of chaos, it is man who tends them, he who reaps their bountiful harvest. But I grow tired of these arguments. If you would kindly refrain from retorting and return to your customary brooding silence, I will take it as thanks for rescuing your companion and leave it at that. Now we mustn't keep your friends waiting. I don't know how brooding Sucro's silence actually is. I think Emmett's projecting a little bit with that one. But you always have to take the chance to retort to Emmett Selk. Because it's funny. And he's a little bit of a clown. Just a bit. I told you, I tire of these inane arguments. Shouldn't you be getting ready to slay the next Light Warden or something? With your friend returned, you will resume your exploration of the ruins, yes? But say the word and we shall assist you. We are both gladdened and relieved to see your companion returned hale and whole. It was fate who brought you to us, and fate who returned your companion to you. She yet smiles on Ronka, I'm sure of it. Though I struggle to form the words, I am glad that Emmett Selk was here. We can but pray Y'shtola never does anything so reckless again. For a third time. Ariage once told me that being immersed in the life stream can cause irreparable harm to the body. Do you suppose Y'shtola is alright? Hey. There's just a nutkin here. Probably because we just did something involving the live stream and Thancred was present. The Nutkin was journeying with Thancred in order to keep the game's rating down when we were shown flashbacks of what happened to him and how he lost his outfit. But now it's just here, and it doesn't belong to anyone, so it's literally just there on purpose. There aren't any other player characters in the area either. Very mysterious squirrel. In all of history, there are but few who have returned from a misadventure in the ethereal sea, possessed of mind and body both. To have done so twice beggareth belief. 'Tis plain Y'shtola wanteth not for favor among the 12. By all that is dark, Master Matoya is returned. She stands here before me, yet still I cannot believe it. Also, everyone's just calling her Y'shtola, even though we were told not to do that. Except for Runar, who only knows her as Master Matoya, and also is very serious about... Well, he might know her name, but he's very serious about using her other name. Anyway, my apologies for having put you all through such an ordeal. I could see no other way to save the Knights Blessed. Happily, both they and I yet live, thanks to you. But our work here is not yet done. We must make ready to enter the Katana Ravel and put the Light Warden to the sword. Tell me, what has happened since our encounter with the Yulmorans? The burden of knowledge. With the Yulmorans gone, you and your companion now returned, I think it best you go now before they can regroup. With magic flowing once more through the Great Pyramid of Uxner, the entrance to the Katana Ravel should now be open. Nod. Before we leave, Urianger, did you discover anything that might suggest the Light Warden hides elsewhere? Nay, though we had but little time before the Yulmorans' most unwelcome arrival, we scoured the nearby environs and spoke once more with the one called Koril. Having hearkened to her tale, it is my judgment that the Sin Eater which her late mother did espy was indeed the being we seek, and that it most likely resided in the vicinity of Rak'tika Falls. In the absence of any subsequent sighting, I have no reason to believe our quarry hath sought out a new sanctuary, and given the considerable difficulty we face in reaching the falls, we may be certain it hath not been disturbed by man. Then our course is clear. Nod. We must navigate the Katana Ravel and make for Rak'tika Falls. Though you see it as but another obstacle to be navigated, the Katana Ravel is the oldest and most sacred of our temples, the accumulated knowledge of the Empire is said to reside within. Knowledge which is rightly yours as allies of Ranka, you are welcome to explore. I fully intend to survey every ilm of it once our mission is complete. Mild surprise. Were the Emperor still alive, he would be overjoyed to hear you say so, but I must warn you, though the way is open, it will still be heavily guarded. To discourage trespassers and test the worth of our allies, it had to be so. Be careful in there. Nod. Nod. Head east and you will find the path of azure flowers leading to the Ravel. I wish you safe passage through its halls. Scroll visible on screen, sort of. Various celebratory gestures. Master Matoya, I know I cannot dissuade you from going, so please, promise me you will return safely. The Knights Blessed need you. You need not worry, Runar. I shall return and bring with me a long-awaited gift, one the Knights Blessed will treasure now and forevermore. Questioning head tilt. Now let us away. Nod. I was hoping the scroll would follow Thancred. It appears to have done so, but... Lest you doubt, I won't be helping you do battle with the Light Warden. To accompany you thus is quite taxing enough. Now, if you've no further questions... Are there any other Ascians here in the first? Not a single one. Happily, I am quite content to mingle with the masses. And even if I did crave the company of my own kind, one might say we're understaffed at present. There are no strict rules governing how we work, though that has not been without its consequences. In the beginning, we were each responsible for a shard and free to do as we wished. But Igayorm's impetuous temperament showed us the folly in that. In light of her failings, we took to working in tandem as the situation demanded. Mitron and Logriff were supposed to take care of the first, of course. I don't think we've heard of either Mitron or Logriff. Maybe Logriff, but I don't think we've heard of Mitron. Alas, they were slain by the champions of this realm shortly before the flood. Expendable though they were, I found them quite useful. Well, that explains why we haven't heard of them before. That is a tale for another time. See that you take good care of Master Matoya, and may the shadows keep you. Travel east along the path of azure flowers. The Katana Ravel is not far. You need not worry about the Yulmorans while you're inside. Should they return, we will be ready. The Katana Ravel is said to be fiercely guarded. Please be careful. But there's also another side quest here. With a chain attached to it. Sucro Funk, the esteemed guest of whom I had heard so much. My name is Laniel, Master of Rites. It is an honor to meet you. As I understand it, you will soon be leaving to the Katana Ravel, is that right? Then the Emperor's wishes will soon be fulfilled. A comforting thought, for with each passing year, more and more of our hunters are lost to the Eaters. We were never a particularly fecund people. Now it is nigh impossible to sustain our numbers. But we will not be driven from our homes, our way of living. So long as the trees of the Great Wood stand, so too shall the Vis. And to renew our union with the forest, we will be holding a small ceremony wherein we offer prayers to the gods. Would you honor us by serving as witness to this petition to the gods? Nod. Very good. I should mention that the ceremony is not a formal affair. In fact, it can be quite lively. But for a hardened warrior such as you, it should prove no trouble at all. When you're ready, travel north to the Morning Stars and speak with my student, Fina. She will explain the rites. I think before we do that, we should take a small break. I will be right back. Hello. I have returned. It is time to resume Final Fantasy XIV. I remembered something that I neglected to mention on stream, but I have mentioned elsewhere. I'm sure somebody might be wondering, why am I streaming today at all? Because I said previously that I would definitely not be streaming on this day. It turns out that the thing I thought was happening today is happening a month from now. And June and July are months that have names that are very similar. And I got confused. So I blame the ancient Romans for this. But yeah, that's why this week is relatively normal as far as streams go. I thought I would be spending this week focusing on something else, but it's in a month. Yeah, exactly. The prank of Julius. Not now, we are busy. What's all this about? What business brings you to the Morning Stars? I was told to go here. And you accepted? This is such an honor. Thank you for coming. Goodness, where are my manners? My name is Fina. A pleasure to meet you, and this is my sister. Suna, how do you do? Are you certain this is wise? I realize she's an ally of our people, but the ceremony is not meant for outsiders. We cannot go against Master Lenniel's wishes. Besides, we may never again have such an opportunity. If you insist. Now let me tell you about the ceremony. As Master Lenniel has likely already explained, we will renew our bond with the Greatwood through prayer. To ensure our prayers reach the gods, however, we must first beseech the spirits of the forest for aid. Once summoned, we must prove ourselves worthy through combat. Only then will our prayers be delivered unto the heavens. As a witness to the rites, it is up to you to do battle with the spirits, if you're still willing, of course. Nod. Wonderful. This will be a ceremony to be remembered. Shall we begin then? Close your eyes and we will attempt to draw forth the spirit with our prayers. Nod. O gods of the Greatwood, bringers of bounty and wisdom, we call to you now to renew our vows. For the strength to protect these lands, to be the shield that guards against the accursed light, we seek combat with your children, the spirits of the woods, to prove to you our worth. By the gods! The spirits are of opposing forces, fire and ice, a terrible omen. Our prayers are enough to suppress their strength, but we cannot cast them out alone. Please, you must strike them down before they wander off into the woods. Nod. I keep just saying it. Kiss of fire and kiss of ice. Spirits of fire and ice, heavens help us. Thank you for your help, but in light of what we've witnessed, I think it best we call off the ceremony for now. Spirits of opposing elements is the most dire of omens. The discord between them would prevent our prayers from reaching to the gods. And this would not have happened were she not here. We may try again on the morrow, but she cannot be allowed to attend. Sister, please, she's our guest handpicked by Master Lenniel. My apologies, it seems your attendance was not meant to be. Would you go and inform Master Lenniel of what happened? We must remain here and clear the altar. We will not be long, I promise. Huh. I don't know if I'll do this whole quest line. This might be one where I just do the starting one, unless this one's really good and someone remembers that it's really cool and good and important. But I think it's probably just fine to not do this whole one. The main thing I know about using the magic of fire and ice together is that it creates the antipody dual tech in Chrono Trigger that I thought for the longest time was pronounced antipode, but it's not. Back so soon? What of the ceremony? Fire and ice, thank goodness they were not hurt. It's never too late to begin the ceremony anew, but I fear the source of our troubles has naught to do with the spirits. I have to do more of this at some point for something. Huh. I am going to guess that this is not for more ether currents, but is for like a tribe quest line, maybe? It is marked as please do this to unlock things. Okay, this does in fact connect to the serpent from earlier. Eventually. And this does eventually unlock the Qitari quests, which we haven't met any Qitari. But also this does give you an important reward eventually. But also I don't know if I want to do this right now. I'm thinking. I will spoil the compelling reason to do this. One, it unlocks the Gathering Tribe quest. That's a fairly compelling reason. Two, you get the Great Serpent of Ronka minion. That's the more compelling reason. I will be right back very quickly. I have a Gathering class, but it's not at the level of Shadowbringers, and I do kind of want the minion, but not like super importantly. The main problem here is that I've been saying too many words apparently, and I needed water and a lozenge. And doing this side quest chain would involve a lot more words that I had to say. Because they will not be voiced. None of them. So I suppose for the sake of my own health, I should avoid doing this right now. Florimandrill. The main arguments for doing any of that on camera would be that could be interesting or funny. Mostly because the Great Serpent of Ronka is involved. And also we've seen part of that quest line already. Because I did the entire first part of that in Slitherbow. Maybe. Sigma does seem to really like jumping around on the walls and avoiding the floor as much as possible, so that makes sense. Well, at least one form of Sigma does. There's like 70 of those. I can't imagine what could have survived in there after so many years. After you, my friend. At long last the time hath come to find out what wonders yet remain in the heart of Ronka. This is better work. I have no wish to return to the Great Pyramid. You can feel the ether flowing through the door. A gentle push may be all that's required. Our earlier efforts were not in vain, it seems. Stay on your guard, Sucro. We know not what awaits us inside. The Katana Ravel now accessible. I never did tell you why I chose to take up thaumaturgy, did I? As you will no doubt have noticed, life here in the First can be exceedingly unforgiving, brutal in a word. I had not been long in Norbrant when I realized my mastery of conjuring magics would not suffice to protect the people. It was a struggle at first to embrace the change, but I confess the path of the thaumaturge suits me rather well. When Thancred and I spoke with Kirill, she described unto us the form of our quarry, just as her mother had once done unto her. 'Tis a feathered beast possessed of 3 heads, both simian and canine in nature, an abomination amongst abominations. Were Alphino to paint the picture sketched by the lady's words, the result would surely turn the blood to ice. Keep an eye on your Stola and Urianger, would you? It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if one of them wandered out to inspect the temple's relics. Let's get this over with, shall we? To think we'll be the first people in thousands of years to set foot inside this place. It's humbling, knowing they've entrusted us with the history of their people, with their legacy. Minfilia's thinking about legacy again, I see. Yeah, Y'shtola used to be a conjurer, which he also used to destroy things, so, you know. Anyway, there's only one party we can actually form here, and here it is. Urianger, Y'shtola, Minfilia, and Sucro. I don't know why I did it like a fighting game announcer there. I want to hear the Smash Bros. Announcer say, Sucro Funk! That'd be good, I think.
Here we go!
Here we go. It wasn't letting me push the button. There we go. That wasn't correct. I pressed the wrong button.
Victory will be ours!
Victory will be ours. Oh yeah, the Wii remote thing. Yeah. Damn, I didn't say owl get when I picked up that statue earlier. My ancient memes were not invoked. I missed an opportunity. It's weird to think that I actually even had any memes at all. But people did seem to like the owl get for some reason. Anyway. Here we are. Guardians of the Rabble, in the name of the Emperor, I bid you awaken. Open your eyes and purge the rabble of this taint. Yeah, I thought so. Also, Y'shtola said, have care, I sense ether emanating from the statues at some point. I forgot to do my rotation. Open your eyes and purge the rabble, etc.
I shall protect thee.
Yeah, we get like a mini boss right away. Purge the revel of rabble. Cube! Wow, I actually have my gap closer in a dungeon now. Wacky. Had you asked me before, I would have said such things are surely impossible. And I have atonement. Yeah. It is kind of refreshing, or relaxing, or some kind of word similar to those, to just do a dungeon really slowly sometimes, in my opinion. Normally you would be like pulling all of these things to the wall, I presume. Which reminds me that I haven't used any of my mitigations. And now it's this again. Oh wait, I shouldn't be pulling them, what am I doing? Ariaje can't do that. Probably. I'm probably gonna die, actually, because I'm really not in the brain mode for Final Fantasy XIV, am I? Final Fantasy XIV gameplay, I should say. I mean, the Ronkin Dreamers mechanics all pertain to the arena, so I figured I could just leave, I guess. You know what they say, if it sucks, hit the bricks. And there's a lot of bricks to hit in this temple, or at least some sort of construction material. Yeah, I think this is correct.
Now I've got
That's true. I didn't die either, by the way. I misread Ronkin Abyss as Rockin' Abyss, like PK Rockin'. I don't think there would be an enemy with a name, with an attack named something like that. Rockin' Abyss. Lozatl. The Ronkins guard their secrets well. Its design calls to mind the Ronkin legends of giants. Fascinating. Crush intruders raw. Right, I forgot about the Shadowbringers mini-boss theme existing again. There was a PSI Quake in Mother 3, only Kumatora learned it, and it was pretty late. You had to like go out of your way to even get to the level where you got any of that element whatsoever. Like, it was possible to get to a point where you were maybe expected to have it, but you didn't because you weren't level grinding. Oh, there's also like lasers or something happening. It might have been ground. I think it was called ground, actually, now that you mention it. I remember having to go out of my way to get that when I played Mother 3 a long time ago, because I got stuck on the Guardian trio. And it's a very strong attack. Oh wait, I should have saved that actually. Ow. I don't understand what I did wrong there, exactly. Everyone moved, but I don't really understand why they moved. I know to avoid the laser, but... is there a specific place you have to stand for the punch as well, I guess? It doesn't really make sense to me visually without an indicator. Oh, there was a half arena cleave. I'll just follow what everyone else is doing. The cleave is really unclear to me, honestly. The shoulder says where the boss will... I wish the visual effect of the cleave was more clear when it did happen, honestly. Because it doesn't look like there's a cleave happening. My rotation was all kinds of messed up in this fight. I'm juggling too many video games in my mind. Truly a fascinating specimen of Ronkin ingenuity, though thankfully nowhere near the fabled might of Lozatl. Ah, it was named after a fabled giant as well. What's that? That's probably fine. Acrobat. An ancient Ronkin pun is attacking. I think I kinda mostly understood Gunbreaker. But I like Paladin more. God, I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to be juggling the concept. Like, granted, I'm not streaming half of the MMOs I've been talking about streaming eventually yet. But I'm juggling the concept of playing 4 separate MMORPGs at once, which is a little bit ridiculous, and might contribute to why my brain is not parsing Final Fantasy XIV Dungeon in rotation quite as much right now. I don't know when I'll get to Guild Wars 2, but I do keep mentioning it. And right now I'm even more interested in trying Elder Scrolls Online and seeing how that goes. I haven't played enough of that for it to really interfere with my muscle memory, so maybe that doesn't make any sense. But I have been playing PSO2 NGS on stream some. I've been playing Street Fighter, which is a very different control scheme. I don't know if there's anything that really explains why my brain wasn't in the correct mode, actually. Because all those are also pretty different. Yeah, I did figure out an orc. I was messing with the character creation a lot. I don't know exactly when I'll start trying to stream that, but I kind of want that to be soon. Because I am really curious about that game. It seems like Elder Scrolls Online actually has a lot of really cool ideas. There it is again. Stay underground, we near the tremor's source. I will, image folder, please. The orc lady in question is this character. Elder Scrolls Online allows you to have more varied body types in character creation. And I figured it's about time I had some more variety in my character designs. I've accidentally made a bunch of characters that don't have very varied body types and whatnot. Even though in some instances I would have been able to. But yeah. Like in Street Fighter 6, I could have made a character with a different body type, but I made like an emaciated undead lady instead. So, you know. That's because I think the undead are neat. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff with ESO that I'm very curious about, and I hope people are interested in seeing me learn about that game in real time, I guess. Also, with regard to PSO2 NGS, that did get the version 2 update now. That does exist. So I need to stream that as well. Though I know not how much time the story of that takes, because they've decided rather than releasing the story of that in like very large amounts all at once, they're doing it in more like, they're splitting up each chapter into parts. So chapter 6 part 1 is out. And I don't know how much time that'll actually take, but it'll be interesting to find out. And I could mess with the creative spaces, I guess. That is a good point.
I'll show you.
With the crocodiles. You see weird crocodiles first and then normal crocodiles later. As far as my particular experience with Elder Scrolls Online, I played it for 51.7 hours in 2015 when there wasn't a single expansion pack for it. I don't remember playing it that much, but I'm willing to believe that it happened because I probably created a character and started over like 17 times. Because it's an Elder Scrolls game, that's how you play them optimally, right? You just start the game over a million times, even though there were only 4 classes back then. It really wasn't that necessary to do that. But yeah, I didn't get anywhere of any significance. And I don't remember the game super well. And it's probably very different now. So, My past experience with the game only really means that I have a cool outfit, which is what the orc lady was wearing in that picture. And apparently cost 700 crowns back in the day, and is now available as part of a package deal that costs more. So I don't know, save money, I guess? Technically. Dang it, now I'm remembering that Spiral Knights exist again, and now I'm sad again. Anyone know anyone else sad about Spiral Knights and how it's just sort of stopped existing and also has the most depressing pay to win, like pay to get anywhere instantly instead of in 5 million years? The monetization of that game is terrible, and I fell for it back in the day. I think I remember this boss killing me. Bat Squatch. Yeah. That such a beast could survive down here all this time. It definitely defeated me before. I remember that distinctly. For whatever reason. I guess Y'shtola is the limit break immediately sort of person. Understandable. That was the wrong move. That's fine. I shouldn't have used that yet. That was also the wrong move. Everyone's moving over here, so I'm assuming there's a oh right, these fall. I need to remember to use arm's length and reprisal more often in order to mitigate damage from group-wide attacks for the party, because that can't hurt. That can only be helpful to the team to do. Well, time to use my invincibility, I guess. I got hurt anyway. That tank buster goes through invincibility? Do they all do that? Is that normal? I was just trying to mitigate it because I didn't have my other mitigations around. Oh, did I say arm's length? I meant passage of arms, sorry. The paladin one. I also have this. Divine Veil. I think I can probably try to quickly angle Passage of Arms to catch most of the NPCs. Oh, we won. My ears won't stop ringing. Would that we could stop and rest, but we must press on. I didn't realize that that was just normal and fine, actually. Passage of Arms is something I often forget to use, and probably whenever I do use it, I lose uptime. But, you know. Divine Veil is sort of like that. And below, awaited the Light Warden, rak'tika Falls. You create a barrier around yourself and party members that absorbs damage equivalent to 10% of your max HP. So I think it's sort of like those. Here I go! Ow. Also, it's got a recast of 90 seconds, which isn't bad. Forgiven flattery and forgiven violence. I also need to remember to use actual arm's length against, like, groups of enemies. Probably.
This is going to leave a mark.
Ah, I see. This is a very pretty area, this particular part of the dungeon. Oh yeah, I forgot Divine Veil used to be weird. It put a buff on you that did nothing at first, and then as soon as you were targeted by a healing spell, the barrier would... Yeah, I remember sort of that. Oh, not when you were healed, when you were targeted by a heal. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, this was changed as part of the recent Paladin rework that happened before I was even at the magic part of the rotation. On account of struggling to stream the game very often for a very large amount of time. So yeah, Divine Veil got, like, way better then. Forgiven Thievery, by the way. Basically, I wasn't in any content where I would need to be able, or where I was even able to use Divine Veil before it got made better, I think. Oh, it only worked on GCDs too, huh? What level is this at? 56. I was stuck in, like, mid-Heavensward for a very large amount of time. Now, I think there were instances where I tried to make use of Divine Veil old version, and it didn't amount to anything. What did I just use by accident? I don't know why I'm having so much trouble remembering to use my mitigation against groups of enemies today. I'm also being very critical of myself when I'm still succeeding. Which is perhaps unnecessary.
I shall protect thee.
I wonder if I'm expected to work Goring Blade into AoE situations just because it's such a big single hit. Or if I just need to not use that during AoE moments.
Gloves are off.
Well, Goring Blade is a GCD, which is why I often don't use it during these moments, because like you have to go out of your way to use it. It's probably not worth it in multi-target scenarios, even though it is a big single hit. It's still a GCD. Light Warden. I wonder if I remember anything about this fight. The Light Warden of Rak'tika is more terrible than the beast described. Yeah. I guess so. Time to fight every animal, that's right.
Now I've got you.
Yeah, that move was called Hound Out of Hell, which is a reference to have, or Hound Out of Heaven, which is a reference to how Cerberus has Hound Out of Hell, I think.
Gloves are off.
Oh yeah, they are. I did my rotation wrong. Again. It's fine. Moving the boss like information bar to this part of the screen has helped me a lot, actually, I think.
I shall protect thee.
I will not hold back. You will rue the day you crossed my path.
Ishtula has killed. I got a second chance point. Yay! So the Warden of the Wood falls. And thus doth the night return. That Light Warden, that was terrifying. Good, keep that memory with you. Hey, Chameleon. What a twist. And unwound orchestra roll. That's a lot of eggplants. Did I say that already? Also, level up. I'll worry about that in a second, so that I have the proper outfit for the cutscene. Rush power adapter. I didn't expect to find that here. Imagining any, like, Mega Man weapon get music happening during these scenes is pretty good, though.
The Light Warden is dead.
Aye, that they have.
What? The Light Warden is dead, I that they have? What does that mean? Is that grammar? I think that's more of a the Light Warden has died, was... Unless that was the line and I just, like, completely misheard it.
Condition yet troubleth thee.
I don't know. Oh, did I cut off part of the line? Also, wait, who's Ryan? Ha. It's you! You're the first person to slip up! Not to call you out too much, but I think it is pretty funny. We've collectively gone this far without saying the wrong name. I didn't mean to accidentally cut off the message, though. What was the rest of it? I was actually thinking earlier about how I'm surprised I've been using the correct name this whole time. To those who don't know what that means, you'll learn eventually, don't worry about it.
It does. Though she shows no immediate signs of corruption, the danger remains. She must be told.
I might overhear this considering I apparently have pretty good hearing, and I'm like right here. Actually, I don't know how good Sucro's hearing has been canonically, but she is a cat.
Would you describe it to me, Marie-Ange? Paint for me a picture with your words.
Oh yeah, she can't see the night sky.
A sea of shimmering stars. Diamonds strewn across a raven gown. Boundless and beautiful. 'Tis an exquisite sight, not unlike that of the source. Calm and gentle and forgiving.
I can see it.
For however deep the void, or wide the expanse, there is no shore so distant as to be beyond the reach of light. Ominous though that may sound, given our present travails.
Did Urianger just make a joke? I think he did.
Well fought. Let us return home.
I think it was a joke and Y'shtola patted him on the back for that or something. A slap on the back a little bit. Oh yeah, there's murals here. I don't know if these were visible on the way in, actually. They might have been, but they're sure visible right now. Apparently Y'shtola can...
If I am not mistaken, they predate the Empire.
I guess Y'shtola can see these? I think we talked about this before with the previous murals. Oh, they were in the Bat Squatch area. Okay.
How can you tell?
A peculiarity of the paint. Most
Oh,
are
right.
made from mineral-based pigments. But whatever was used here is older than anything I have ever seen.
Ether paint.
According to Almet, this sanctuary was built to preserve the wisdom of the ancients. What events do these murals commemorate, I wonder?
Right, right. Hello, Emmett Sulk.
Must you always linger after defeating your enemies? Navigating these halls on foot is exhausting.
Come to lead us to safety, have you?
I was bored. But how is the hero of the hour?
I'm a cat.
Fighting fit, I see. Keep up the good work.
You're plotting something.
Every hour of every day. But never you mind about that. As I have told you 1,000 times before, I like to watch. Nothing more.
I like the response of, yeah, to you're plotting something. Like, yes, I'm always plotting. I'm plotting now.
Well, I would quit this place and I suggest you do the same. There is yet work to be done. Ah, there is a sight to bring a tear to the eye.
You recognize these scenes?
This is music that we haven't heard, I think.
That I do. Indeed, there was a time when anyone and everyone would. Until one calamitous day when the world was divided across 10 and 3 reflections, sundering the land and all who dwelled upon it.
Good camera work here also. Maybe we've heard this before somewhere? I don't know, actually. The camera work of like panning over the burning city while he was saying stuff about the calamitous day and whatnot. That's a good touch.
And the worst part? No one could remember it. Not really. Just fragments and fleeting memories of an achingly familiar world.
I feel like this part of the music was supposed to cue faster, or like later in the dialogue. I don't know.
A vision shared of a paradise lost, preserved only in song and scripture and paint. Once upon a time. Yet here we find ourselves again, to look, learn, and remember.
Then share with us the stories you know so well. We are listening.
Okay, the music
Before the great
is different
sundering,
again, so.
there was one world. A world that knew naught but peace and prosperity. Until it was faced with a crisis. Unprecedented, terrifying. Civilization found itself perched upon a precipice, staring into oblivion. But through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. Zodiac was his name, and by his grace was the calamity averted.
Gasp?
Zodiac.
A savior mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude. One would have thought, yet some thought otherwise. From the fears of these naysayers would rise Hydaelyn, she who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check. And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and in the end, Hydaelyn was victorious. With all her strength, she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality. And thus was Zodiac banished and his being divided. That concludes today's lesson on long-forgotten history. Though I imagine your mother would offer a rather contradictory account, as is her wont.
I'm sorry, I can only assume I misheard. But it sounded an awful lot like you were implying both Zodiac and Hydaelyn are not gods. But...
What? Not gods of the first? Is that what you thought these paintings depicted? Or... Oh. Oh. They are gods after a fashion, yes. But no different from the kind with which you are so intimately acquainted. Formed of faith and prayer, of conviction and devotion. The eldest and most powerful of primals.
Here it is! Surprise! There were hints before, I suppose. But, this line here? Just getting emotional about the reveal, I guess.
Dun dun dun.
Because I get emotional about everything. Heck, anyway. They played this voice line in one of the trailers leading up to Shadowbringers, if I remember correctly. And everyone was just like, what? So yeah. This was actually revealed in a trailer, I think, before the game released, without like the full context of it. Yeah. Yeah, it was in a trailer.
You have spun quite a tale.
Even with getting spoiled about it, I feel like it's got a lot of impact. But yeah, for sure. If this is a line that got you to start playing the whole game, that's very cool too.
Yet you have not explained the role of the Ascians in all of this. How is it you are privy to ancient secrets lost to time?
Finally you ask the right question. And shrewd questions warrant honest answers. We Ascians know because it is our history, our story. It was we who summoned Zodiac. We natives of that sundered paradise.
Gasp.
Now, do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? For our world, for our people, for all creation to be made whole again. Wouldn't you wish for the same?
So there are some big reveals. Lahi? It caught me off guard that time. I was just getting emotional about how the story is really good, and then Lahi happened. As mentioned earlier, as what Hydaelyn may have done to Zodiac, Lahi from the top rope with a dropkick. Directly into me being emotional about how the story is really good and cool, and how I like this game a lot. And then just ambushed by Lahi. Thancred did tell me about primals, but I don't fully understand what all this means. The oldest and most powerful of primals? Gods, if that were Hydaelyn's origin, then what would that make? No, I will not take the words of an Ascian on trust. It has to be a lie. Splitting the pathos. His oft-said truth is a matter of perspective, yet upon this matter there can be but one truth. I only pray it is not his. That was an enlightening experience, though not in the way I'd hoped. No, it was an endarkening experience, Y'shtola. Get it? Is that even a word, endarkening? Do you suppose there's any truth in Emet-Selch's claims? Yup. This is what I meant when I said it was sort of hinted at, because we're immune to tempering. It could be because we're already tempered. At least in some way. That's mount speed. I meant ether currents. Okay, so there's two I could go find somewhere. So I can fly here now, actually, if I find those. Though recent events plainly warrant further discussion, I think it best that we wait until Alphino and the others are present. That is true. I forgot Ifrit literally says that, I think. Emet-Selch included. How convenient that he should choose this moment to keep to the shadows. Yeah, I figured endarkening wasn't a word, but it is now, so whatever. I've declared it to be so. Well, no matter. For the present, we should return to Fnav and make certain of the Yulmoran's withdrawal. After that, Slitherbow, the Blessed are no doubt elated by what has become of the sky. Time to find the ether currents, actually. The internet has a way of somehow making you know less when you look at it, I think. If that's what we're deciding endarkening would be outside of the context of the first. Lahi? Sniffle. I'm going to get the ether currents before I continue. Because I like to be able to fly around an area I mean, both for convenience and as a sense of accomplishment after having completed said area. Just being able to view all of it from the air when it's already a really cool place. It's up there, isn't it? How does one get there? It might not be. It is. It's up there. How does one... I guess over here, maybe? No. Well, no. Oh wait, there's a ramp. Over here. We didn't look closely at the wood element bombs. That's a pretty cool design, honestly. We also didn't look closely at Gizamalook here. Bahi, by the way. Wait. What? Oh, there it is. I think it's probably safe to say this is over here somewhere. I actually don't think I knew that about those. That's probably the case, though. That sounds likely. Oh, that's like a hunt. That's like a S rank mark or something. A hunt mark is what I was going to say. It's the Grassman. Oh, I just never saw this one. So, okay, one of those ether currents was fairly out of the way and understandable. This one I probably should have known. Well, no, because you're like moved away from Fort Gon very quickly after, like, getting there, I think. Maybe? Maybe I could have noticed it. I don't know. Oh. That Lahi lining up with me ascending into the air was kind of cool. And now we can finally see the Greatwood from above. Take in the terrain. Well, like, until we have to go through here. Can you fly over this? I guess you can. One feature of flying, by the way, is you can do this on water. Skim the surface. But yeah, the rak'tika Greatwood is the rak'tika Greatwood is a very cool area, I think. I like to fly around here. I think I have a distinct memory of, like, after not having played the game for a long time, and then deciding to resubscribe, the Isle of Sisters and the Isle of Bows. Oh, one of the first things I did was, like, I believe at that time, Aya was around this part of the story, and I attempted to world travel to her home server and, like, ambush her in the Great Wood somewhere, without telling her that I'd resubscribed to the game. I think I managed. I think I did manage to surprise attack. Yeah, I remember that, I think. The sky, it is beautiful. It's always funny that every time I've cleared a dungeon, it turns out to be like regular daytime or like cloudy or something, instead of being night like the story would maybe have you believe that it is. What has happened to the sky? I've never seen anything like it. It never lines up, unless it's gonna line up in this cutscene. You returned, and unharmed, I see. Indeed, I'm pleased to report that the Light Warden is no more, thanks in large part to you. That the death of a single Sin Eater should make such a difference. As our numbers waned, so too did our hope that the ruins we have devoted our lives to guarding would ever find purpose. Yet here you are, the allies for whom we've waited these many centuries, and with your arrival came the chance to pass on our legacy, the ancient wisdom of the Empire. That alone would have been reward enough. Never did we imagine it would serve to banish the light that pervaded these woods. On behalf of the Vis, our forebears, and the late Emperor of Ronka, you have our deepest thanks. Pay respects. Smile. Smile. It is we who should be thanking you. Our journey through the Katana Rabble proved most enlightening, or perhaps endarkening. To be privy to such knowledge is an honor, one for which we never hoped. Please, you need not be so humble. Nod. We but do our duty as decreed by the late Emperor. Would that he were still with us to express his gratitude in person. But sister, does this not mean our duty is fulfilled? To our allies, perhaps, but the ruins cannot be left unguarded. So long as we live here in these woods, the secrets of Ronka must not fall into the wrong hands. Thumbs up. Is Runar still here? No, we escorted him back to Slitherbough shortly after you set out. If you would return to the Knights Blessed, we will not keep you any longer. I suspect they would be glad of your company. Nod. Thank you, Almet. I look forward to a day when we might share a more leisurely visit to the ruins of Ronka. We will await your return, then. Various waving and bowing. He did kind of seem like that, didn't he? Should you have need of the wisdom of Ronka again, you know where to find us. Be it a year from now or 10, we look forward to your return. Perhaps someday we will visit your home instead. That would be quite difficult, I think, actually. But who knows, maybe. Lahi. These islands are very mysterious. I forget what happens on these, but something definitely happens on these. And I would not be surprised if there were a vista on one of them, but it doesn't look like there is. You can also go around this way. to wherever this is. Where am I? I'm here. Okay, we can't quite fly over there. But, you know, there we are. We don't get to hear the nighttime music yet, I guess, but this is still a pretty triumphant sounding theme, even though it's the one we've been hearing. Time to repair my gear. And I think actually be right back for a second. Whoop. Hello. I am here again. Before we continue, I want to find one other thing that I mentioned at some point. Somewhere. A little while ago, I made a tweet. That might have looked silly at the time. This was the tweet. What's your favorite element? Fire, skeleton, crime, lightning, holy, animal, or forbidden? I just want to say, in case you were wondering, these are the classes available in Elder Scrolls Online, since we talked about that earlier. I just want to make it clear that it was secretly me thinking about Elder Scrolls Online. I think the one I'm going to go with is going to be Forbidden, which is the newest element. I've heard that apparently the newest class is always the most powerful class when it's added for a while. Also, the new class Arcanist has the ability to shoot a laser beam. The crime... Actually, I'll just quickly go over all of them. Fire is Dragon Knight, which is like a... They use fire, they use dragon powers, they are good tanks. They also use the power of Earth. Skeleton is Necromancer, which is also secretly crime, except not secretly because there's big red text saying, Necromancy is a crime and guards will try to kill you. A lot of their abilities just have big red text that says criminal act on them, which is funny to me. But yeah, they do necromancy things. Crime is Nightblade, which is the stealthy, sneaky rogue one. I tried to combine some of those words into one word somehow. Lightning is referring to sorcerer because they shoot a lot of magic and a lot of it is lightning. Holy is referring to the Templar, which does a lot of holy beams of light and spears of light. Animal is referring to the Warden, who is like the... They've got like a bear friend, they can throw a cliff racer at you, which is very funny. And then Forbidden is the Arcanist, which is tapping into the dark powers of a Daedric... whatever. Forbidden knowledge. And what Forbidden knowledge means is that you collect 3 triangles and then fire a big laser beam. Warden is also pretty tempting because throwing a cliff racer is very funny. It's a single cliff racer, but it does knock the enemy off balance, which is very important. I'm probably going to try playing as an Arcanist at first, at least. That Orc Lady's probably going to be one of those. Yeah, the Hermaeus Mora, that's the name of the Daedric person in question. Yeah. They do Daedric things like their attacks are green, and they like knowledge, and they have a book of forbidden knowledge that shoots a gigantic laser beam. And also there's like, I guess there's some tentacles in some of their attacks. And also they summon an eyeball that shoots lasers. You know, the usual. I just want to shoot a laser beam. The laser beam is funny because it's such a unique gameplay, like, attack thing to have a laser beam that there are options dedicated specifically for the laser beam in the controls. It's the only thing that has aim assist, so there's Arcanist aim assist options specifically. Anyway. What's up?
Ah, you are returned, and none the worse for wear, I see.
You needn't worry about us. What became of the Umoran soldiers, more importantly?
They turned tail and fled at the sight of the night sky. The children of the everlasting dark have also retreated back to Woven Oath. Try as they might, they could not deny the truth of their own eyes.
It's still cloudy. It's kind of ruining the moment a little bit for it to be cloudy, to be honest. Just a little, though. I mean, that's very different.
The sea of heaven, full of love and grace, where none need know pain or suffering.
It's still very different from the everlasting light, but still.
In that moment, when the sky's light began to wane, I knew our prayers had been answered. That we were doomed to face oblivion at life's end no longer. When first we met, I harbored certain suspicions about you. And now I see that I was right. You are the bringers of shadow, the warriors of darkness, the saviors for whom we have prayed for so long.
We're trying to keep that a little bit, like, a little bit secret, I guess.
I suppose you're not entirely wrong. But we are not worthy of your reverence, nor have we any desire to be worshipped. If you would pray, pray for your children, that they may one day know a better world.
I will do as you say, but please, let us at least hold a feast to celebrate your victory. You deserve that much.
I'm sorry, Runar, but there is still much to be done and scant time in which to do it. We must go. All of us. For we share the same path and the same fate.
So be it. I ask only that you hold us in your hearts, as we will hold you in ours. Now, and ever after. By the boundless dark, this I swear.
Hardbrit, smile. I love all of the characters, I think. Emotionally charged? Ah, I see. There it is. There's the night theme. We had to hear that. That's important. I can't see the sky from here. It's very good. I don't want to stand there forever, but I wanted to hear some of it. I've said it before, but I think that's one part about Endwalker and beyond. And indeed, like, even the Point X patches of Shadowbringers that are gonna have... They're not gonna be able to do the thing where the area music... where a new part of the area music unlocks when you achieve a major accomplishment in the same way. I'm going to miss that, I think. Oh, how I wish you could stay, but I understand that duty calls you and you must answer. Each night when I gaze up at the sunless sea, I will think of you, of Master Matoya, of all you've done for the Knights Blessed. Safe travels, my friend, and may the shadows keep you. Considering the Blessed have only just recovered from their encounter with the Yulmorans, Bankert and the others thought we should stay a while longer to be sure they're all right. They're such a kind and caring people. I pray they never again have to face such hardship. You cannot help but feel something is bothering Y'shtola. Though it pains me to leave, it is time I returned with you and the others to the Crystarium. But before we go, might I speak with you in private? I will await you in my chambers. Thank you for coming. I thought to keep my suspicions to myself, but after witnessing your victory at Rak'tika Falls, I fear they prove true, and so I must share them with you. From the first when we met at Fort Gone, your ether has appeared tainted, suffused with an overabundance of light, not unlike the Sin Eaters. When you defeated the Light Warden, I fear the light which poured forth from it was not negated by Hydaelyn's blessing. Rather, it was absorbed into your being. Urianger also suspects as much, though he's unwilling to share his thoughts on the matter. One thing is certain, with every Warden you defeat, the danger to you grows greater. Greater perhaps than we can imagine. If you begin to feel anything strange, anything at all, pray inform me at once. You should hurry before the others begin to worry. Once I've sorted my things here, I will join you. Pray, go on ahead. I would first attend to this unsightly collection of books. I'd always complained that her cave was such a mess, books and scrolls strewn about like a child's playthings. Gods, I really am turning into her. Tsukro quietly hopes that Y'shtola never witnesses her apartment. We took one last patrol of the perimeter. All things considered, Slitherbough remains relatively unscathed. Thanks to the antidote, all those who were poisoned will make a full recovery. And with the night sky returned, their prayers have at last been answered. Smile, nod. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Shall we be off then? Art thou certain this is best? I'll not deny there is a part of me that wishes I could stay. For 2 years I have lived with the Blessed, learned their culture, even going so far as to adopt Master Matoya's name as my own. I but pray I did honor to it. Now is not the time for doubt or hesitation. Come, we must return to the Crystarium. Minfilia is excited. I just want to get as good of a look as we can at the sky, which is not much because of the clouds, but still. It's still nice to see. No clouds here, though. The night sky sure does make the crystal tower stand out a lot more than it did against the everlasting light. It's pretty. 'Twas passing strange to see the Crystarium so seemingly desolate, yet it appears all is well. I know he said he would be watching from the shadows, but doesn't it seem wrong to leave without at least telling Emet-Selch? Hopefully the others will arrive before long. All things considered, it's hardly surprising that Alphino and Alize have yet to arrive, but where's the Exarch? My friends, 'tis good to see you all again. Alphino, it has been too long. I assume your presence here means you've brought word of the Warden hiding in rak'tika? They've been eliminated. Found and slain, you say? I should have known. Yulmore has but recently dispatched soldiers to all corners of Norvrant to defend them. I'm glad to see their efforts were wasted on the Greatwood. Speaking of Yulmore, what came of your meeting with Vothri? Yes, about that. It proved to be... Ugh. Exarch, you mustn't push yourself. Your time away from the tower has clearly taken its toll. No doubt you all are tired as well, having traveled so far. Why don't we all take a much-needed rest before we discuss our findings? I thought to propose the very same. After your clash with the Warden, you deserve a chance to recuperate. Here's everyone telling me to get rest again. Once again, everyone is saying this a lot more often than they had before. It's settled then. We reconvene after everyone has had time to settle in. I feel like this is definitely something they did on purpose for a number of reasons. Like, I guess in a way we've grown closer to the Scions, so it makes sense that they would care more. We're also, like, particularly in a different... Whoa. The range on Ethernet shards is huge. What the... I didn't know that. The danger to us in particular is more than usual, or different from usual. Also... And also, the story dictates that we need to rest more often so we can speak to Ardbert or whatever. I don't know what the Weapon of Light is. Welcome back, miss. Returned from a lengthy excursion, I take it. Well, your room has been made ready, if you'd care to retire. Very good. I pray you sound sleep and pleasant dreams. Oh. Is it called that? I forgot that Frey calls anyone that, or if I've seen that, in fact. What? Sucro's surprised, trying to see if she looks weird with all the light, I guess.
So there's a light sealed inside you, is there? You wouldn't know it from the outside. You look the same as you ever did to me.
This scene definitely looks sillier with the way the Mikote's examine self emote goes, or looks, compared to like a much more subdued examine self emote that other people might have. Subdued? Is that the right word? Or am I looking for the word subtle, maybe? Either could work. Okay, subdued does work for that, actually. I see. I must stay the course for the others. Or, and what if that changes? What if it overwhelms me? Or, I suppose there's naught to do but rest. But Sucro very much has this mindset. No, wrong button. I must stay the course for the others.
True enough. Packing up and going home isn't really an option, is it? If you don't face the music here, it'll only come and find you there.
I guess so. I guess that comparison works, but also they're the same people. Nod. That's true too.
Think he was telling the truth? Emmett, I mean. All that rot about Hydaelyn being no different from any other primal.
That's fair. But also, like, I feel like the Scions had to have cared before to some degree. As well.
If so, what would that make her blessing? Are we just slaves to her will?
We're just outright bringing this up, huh? Gasp.
Let's pay him no mind. Lies the Ascian stock in trade.
Yeah. It's very good that Ardbert just says that.
Villains, heroes. All a matter of perspective, they'd have you believe. One man's fond memory, another's waking nightmare.
That's a good question. I've called Emmett Selk Emmett a bunch, but I'm not part of the game's writing, so...
Me, I'm no saint or savior. Just another sinner. And I know damn well I'm in no position to judge. When I saw the people of Slitherbow look up at the sky and celebrate the return of the dark, felt good. It was moments like that that I cherished. Much more than the thrill of adventure. The quiet after the storm.
Hell yeah. And there was a lot of storm because of the names of the warrior moves, like Storm's Path, etc. Eye of the
I
Storm.
always took comfort in that.
Calling him Mr. Selk would be great. Meanwhile, in Garlemald, the cut from the night sky to a dark gray sky with the snow falling instead of the stars remaining in place. That's a good camera thing. At least I think we looked at the night sky for a second there.
What did the scouts have to report?
Even if we didn't, it's an interesting contrast that I don't know if is intentional. Dr. Selk.
Several skirmishes, but nothing of consequence. The fighting seems to have taken its toll on both sides.
I found... You know, I'm realizing it's kind of interesting that I'm noticing a bunch of camera work specifically and pointing it out like a lot of the times recently. I wonder why that is. I guess I notice things sometimes. Everyone notices different things, and that's very interesting. And I think that's part of why streaming stuff is cool, because everyone is gonna notice different stuff. And then we can all talk about it. I'm sort of rambling. How often do you think Gaius uses any of the knives that he has right there? Do you think he uses one of them more than the other ones? Do you think he uses all of them equally? More often than he'd like is a good answer. I don't know what that means really, but it seems like a good answer.
A stalemate, then. The Alliance has done well to hold the line for so long.
You say he seems like someone who'd have a favorite knife, but I also feel like he might be someone who would take a lot of care to use them all the same amount. Like, no, I used the left one last time, I need to use the center one this time.
But then they did have Ishgardian reinforcements.
Oh, it's like table manners, but for murder. Okay.
Nevertheless, neither side has any appetite for a prolonged engagement.
It's funny you say you would treat them respectfully and earnestly as you always should with tools, when a lot of Garlemald leaders historically seem to view a lot of people as tools and don't treat them with any respect whatsoever. Anyway.
'Tis but the calm before the storm.
Hey!
And should the Empire choose to bring their full might to bear...
You can't say the calm after the storm and then immediately a second later in a different scene say the calm before the storm without me noticing it. That's also gotta be on purpose.
To say nothing of Black Rose. All the more reason to hasten our search. How close are your people to identifying our next target?
Close enough, though I have received some troubling intelligence. One of our generals posted to the Alamegan front recently disappeared without trace from the battlefield at Gimlet Dark.
I guess so.
Odd. Dead seems unlikely. Fled less so. I wonder where he'll turn up.
But yeah.
Were I a betting man, I would say here, in the capital.
By the way, Estinian and Gaius are actually are working together. I mean, it was pretty implied that they would, but I guess we now know for sure. That's a very fancy way to put that, yeah.
Not that any deserter who valued his life would contemplate returning, but a corpse might, given the right encouragement.
That's a hell of a sentence. Also, I think this is the first time we get a look at the capital proper at all. Like the capital of Garlemald. I don't think we have seen this at all before.
Elidibus plainly has no need of a new host. So the question becomes who?
Lamps and Snow, that's right.
It may be that another player has joined the game. Something to consider at any rate. But come, there is work to be done.
Who could this mysterious guy with a katana be?
These bloodless games make for poor sport.
Who could this mysterious katana-bearing centurion who literally just has Xenos' voice be?
Mayhap if father...
And...
Nay. I am a stranger to him in this body.
Who could this katana-bearing centurion who literally has Xenos' voice and refers to Xenos' father as his father and comments that he would be a stranger to that father in a body that's not his be? No idea!
Besides, there is but one hand that can make me whole again. My enemy. My friend.
Now, I'm pretty sure that this sounds like it's at least exactly the same way of speaking if it's not exactly Xenos' voice. Also, he said the thing.
I know not what entertainment occupies you, but if you will not clear the way for me, then I shall seize the reins of fate once more.
If Xenos ever calls the Warrior of Light his frenemy, that'll be extremely funny. That'd be like if Xenos was in a Hildebrand questline. Yeah, yeah. Hey, that doesn't sound good. That sounds like chaos and violence. And my ears are clipping through the pillow, but I can still hear it. Yeah, that sounds like the music of violence happening. Time to casually walk out of the room. I thought I was gonna look out the window. Journey to the past. Hey, does this mean good things are happening? Can you repair my gear thing? Oh, never mind. When it rains. Judging by his countenance, the manager of suites has ill tidings for you. I was thinking about stopping here, but if I stopped here with this music playing in the Crystarium, that would be like the end of one of the Mega Man Battle Network games where the panic music never stops playing in the post-game.
I'm sure it is fine. Text.
So I will continue at least a little bit. I suspected that you might be awake. I could scarce imagine you sleeping through such a commotion. An entire host of Sin Eaters appears to be advancing on the Crystarium. Emergency measures are being taken as we speak. You seem remarkably calm. Rest assured, however, that we are safe so long as we remain under the Crystal Tower's aegis. You may return to your quarters if you wish. No. Yes, I thought you might feel that way, and I cannot say that your assistance would be anything less than welcome. I must remain here to disseminate information to other residents, but you are under no such obligation, and thus free to aid any of the townsfolk who may be in distress. The Excedrin tends to become a point of congregation in times of need, crowded with those seeking solace and companionship. You would have my personal gratitude if you would offer succor to those there. This is probably not a shortcut. Right. You can't drive a motorcycle in a city. Everyone knows that. That's a common trait of motor vehicles, is that you cannot drive them in any urban location. Few townsfolk are about, and you spy none who appear to be in distress. Sucro! Oh yeah, we didn't see you earlier. I've only just returned from Amarang, and yet I find the Crystarium moments from being beset by Sin Eaters. Where are they coming from? This shouldn't be possible. We restored the darkness. Well, this is a fortunate coincidence. Brother, tell me you have some idea why this is happening. I may, but for the moment we'll need to postpone such discussions in favor of action. That is Alize's favorite sentence that Alphino has ever said in his life. The Crystal Exarch is preparing to deploy a barrier around the Crystarium as we speak. Ensuring that he's able to do so should be our first concern. There are a number of instruments placed about the Crystarium that function as anchors for the barrier. I'm on my way to activate them now. In which case, 3 pairs of hands would be better than 1? Very well, I'll take the ones in the south. I shall deal with the northern apparatus then. Will you handle the western two? They're ensconced on platforms extending from the upper level of the Aetheryte Plaza. Nod. Yeah, this is extremely panic music playing at the end of a battle network. The more I hear it, the more I become aware of how short the loop is. It's not as short as the Battle Network ones, if I remember correctly. Side note, I have never personally played a single Battle Network game. I've seen them played before, some of them. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think the panic music is a little bit different in each game. Oh yeah, this is more like dreadful tension, etc. But like, just having this play in a major like city area on loop has the same vibe as that, is all. I guess we could have found this earlier and been like, what's that? Despite having very little idea as to how it functions, it appears that you have activated the device successfully. Just a little bit of levity in these times. I guess this is probably also how you get to that probably jump across the roof, right? To get to that. Now is not the time, though. The vista is what I mean. So I'm guessing the other anchor, the southern anchor, is here. And then, like, the northern anchor is over here. Well, that's the Amaro launch, actually. It's around there somewhere, probably. Hexagons. Wow, this is very similar to the barrier that we set up with the Allagan technology elsewhere.
They're coming!
Elsewhere as in the burn. Which makes sense because the Crystal Tower was Allagan in nature. So, you know. Okay, the music's different. I guess I really didn't need to point that out. Just thinking out loud. Time for a bunch of birds to fly directly into a window. Birds always do this, is my understanding about birds.
Excellent. The barrier is holding.
That's good news for the Crystarium, but what of the rest of Lakeland?
Lena and the City Guard have taken to the field. Thancred and the others have already joined them. Let us do the same.
Nod. It is basically... Oh, the music's back to this again. It is basically a bug zapper. Alphino is ready for battle. If Alphino is opting to act first and speak later, I don't doubt the urgency of the situation. Let's go. See, I told you that was her favorite sentence that he's ever said. We gotta join the Vanguard as soon as possible. If the number of eaters we just saw is any indication, we'll be facing a formidable host. When it rains, it pours. Did you catch all the themes about storms and the calms before and after them? Because now it is storming. The storm is here. Also, there's literally a rainstorm at the same time to make sure that you're very aware. I don't remember this story instance at all. What lovely weather, just what we needed. It seems the battle has already begun in earnest. Make haste. Nod. Crystarium forces are engaging the Sin Eaters at various locations across Lakeland. Assist them in defeating the Eaters before they are decimated. This is the part where somebody gets upset at the use of the word decimate. I hear shouting, come on! The fun thing about language is that the meaning of words can change over time. And one way that this can happen is enough people use a word to mean something that it didn't originally mean, that it now means something else. So the real secret of language is that decimate actually just means what people use it for now. It's not wrong. The meaning has changed. More eaters, don't let your guard down. It can be a little funny to jokingly point it out and pretend to complain about it, though. I'm often annoyed by language. Those eaters, they're moving towards Radisca's round. We should follow, but we cannot neglect those in need of aid. Oh, I think I got a little bit ahead of the group by mistake. That's fine. There we go.
Leave the healing to me.
Alphino, you're gonna... That's all the healing you did? Leave the healing to me, says Alphino as he throws a band-aid at someone and then leaves. Band-aid is another example of a word that has changed over time because it used to be a very specific brand of item and now it is used as a catch-all term. If it's this bad here, I shudder to think what it's like elsewhere. Also, at some point they said we should follow, but we cannot neglect those in need of aid, and I don't think I read that. A timely arrival, Sucro. I have my hands full here. My known magic shall suffice to aid Y'shtola. I bid thee offer succor to the guard. I mean, that is true about war. And yeah, that is also true about brands. Velcro is another example. Yeah, and Kleenex. And there's probably many others. The Eater's ether swells. I would hate to find out what it intends to do next. Defend me, let none interrupt my incantation. Draw the lesser eaters within the perimeter.
You will rue the day you crossed my path.
Master Matoya has a few tricks up her sleeve, allow me to demonstrate. A most impressive trick indeed. As if you've none of your own, let's make for the imperative, shall we? Did a bunch of soldiers die? There's a bunch of them, like, on the ground, wounded. Someone hath made short work of these eaters. Okay, there are definitely some dead soldiers around as well. Sucro, you'll be glad to know that the locals have all taken shelter. Nevertheless, we can't allow the eaters to gain any ground. With me! This also allows the entire group to fight together at once, instead of just the limited amount in the light parties, and that's cool. Well, most of the group. Oh, one NPC with a health bar died? Yeah, that's what I figured you meant. I just didn't notice an NPC with a health bar die. Well, okay, all of those people died. That's a little different. That can't be good, said Alphino. Gods damn it all, we're too late. And that guy says, I couldn't save them. Well, at least they didn't turn. I guess. I'll follow the Eater. You press onto the imperative. I'm staying with you. We've lost too many already. We must hurry. These Eaters are too organized. They cannot merely be acting on instincts. Yeah, that's also a good... That is a good point. They are... I guess they are doing that on purpose. It is as we feared. So you think making people turn would also be to their benefit? It would give them more numbers? But our task is as it ever was. Turn the tide. Nod. The lives of the wounded are in our hands. Maybe. I actually, like, thinking about it. I know a little more than I should have, but I think I can than I should, but I think I can word this vaguely enough. I'm thinking if the Sin Eaters are being controlled, which seems to be indicated by how organized they are, whoever is controlling them is not thinking about making more Sin Eaters. They just want violence. I think that's what the violence is about, probably. So I don't think it's that it takes less or takes more or different effort. I think it's that whoever is controlling the Sin Eaters is just like either very angry, very desperate, or some combination of both, and is not thinking about that and is just ordering them to kill. That's my guess. And yeah, I guess we won't be forgiven. There's also that aspect to it. Like, maybe being turned is, quote, being forgiven. Seen as a good thing by Yulmore. I think that much has been established. Or, like, hinted at least. So, like, we're not being forgiven. Forgiven hypocrisy. Have care, that is no ordinary eater. Hypocrisy is a new one to forgive. A new forgiven whatever. We haven't seen that name before is what I'm trying to say. More eaters. Forgiven venery. I don't know what that word means. They're protecting it somehow. We need to deal with them first. There's so many words that I don't know the meaning of. Oh, of course. Of course it is. I should have guessed given the enemy design. Feel a swell of ether. Gather around me quickly. Does this actually work in this context? Perhaps now is the time to put my research to the test. What does that mean, Alphino? Root word? And yet more still come. Sucro, buy me time. Alpha, no, I'll need ether. Right, everyone channel your ether into Alizé.
My strength is yours.
Okay, I can't actually do that.
May the 12
I think.
guide you.
The stars shall grant.
Let's give them a show! With heart and speed!
We fight for those who cannot! Hell yeah. Complete. Alize just did something, but I don't know what she did. Verholy? Maybe. Cool pose, Minfilia.
There are so many.
Ah, God damn it!
Leader! Yeah! Lena, hold on.
I looked up what Venery means and I don't like it. You're right.
They turned on me.
I think I missed a little bit of what was happening in the scene because I was looking that up. Uh-oh. Jeez.
This one is mine!
At least Thancred's doing cool stuff. I think. A lot of people are dying. A lot of bad things are happening. Ardbert has to just stand here and watch. And can't do anything.
We need only hold out a little while longer.
So, that's... I think I remember where this is going.
The captain said so. We're going to be all right.
Oh, yeah.
Run! Run, damn you!
The Warrior of Darkness has returned. The Bloody Knight has returned. So stay with me, eh? You can't go dying now.
God damn it! Please let this work. Please let this work.
No, it didn't. And there's nothing you can do about it. And...
No. Stay back. Stay back.
Yup.
Help! Help!
Yeah. Yeah. Jeez.
Why did you spare me? Why? What have I done to deserve this mercy? Forward! Forward! If you can still hold a sword, follow me! Wounded to the rear! Weapons at the ready!
Sucro's here, though.
This count!
She's just standing here. She's not posing. Also, hey, Sucro's armor... also the rain stop. And hey, Sucro's armor also matches the Crystarium troops' armor very well. Or, like, at least it seems like it fits in. Once again, with his dang outfit.
Fight and struggle. Seek salvation by your own hands. Though the losses be grave, endure them. Though the victories be hollow, claim them
It seems we've driven them back, for the time being at least. The wounded have been collected and are undergoing treatment now. Once they're ready to be moved, we'll have them carried back to the Crystarium. The dead as well, of course, those whose bodies remain anyway. The others are helping to treat the wounded. I'm planning to assist in moving them, but even so, we simply don't have enough hands. I'm sure you're fit to fall over after what we've been through, gods know I am, but if you could see to a few of the patients, it would be an enormous help. Captain Lena is about somewhere, so you might also consider asking her if there are any other outstanding areas of need. We'll talk later. Dying guard. Well. Assisting. With tear-filled eyes, the prone man gazes up at you. His fingers twitch as if to reach for you, but he lacks the strength to raise his hand. Well? Bear it just a moment longer. ... Content warning, survivor's guilt, mass death. Yeah. Thank you for the content warning. Anguished guard. Thank you, but it's too late. One of them, it got me. If I turn, please kill me, I beg you. I'm so sorry. Trembling guard, hiding in this corner over here. Don't touch me. I killed her. I killed her. She was one of them, I know, but maybe I deserve this, but she... Yeah, this is a lot. Yeah. The quote-unquote calm after the storm, maybe?
Oh, I did not see you there. Is there something you need?
No, I'm fine. How are you feeling? Or shouldn't you be resting? What would the guard do without their captain? I'll go with the first one.
Injuries are part and parcel of battle. While there's breath in my lungs, I shall see my duties done. Don't pretend you're not of the same mind. You fought well today. Saved a great many lives. Thank you. Unfortunately, this war is far from over. We must replenish our ranks and shore up our defenses before they attack again. Now, if you will excuse me.
You can hear that she's doing her best to keep it together in her voice. Physically and otherwise.
I am fine. Completely and utterly fine. Better than fine. Hale and hearty and still alive to mourn those who are not. Who I failed to protect when they needed me most.
Jeez.
We've come so far, so goddamn far! I could have sworn the end was in sight, and now...
Jeez.
Now they will never see it.
impudent worms of the Crystarium.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Bothri. Go die in hell or whatever. Actually, especially hell, because that's the opposite of where you think you're going.
The tragedy that has befallen you is of your own making. Divine retribution for your defiance.
Piss off.
The heavens have bequeathed to you a benevolent savior, me. I offer you freedom from pain and suffering. A paradise where man and sin-eater might live in peace and harmony. Why, already, our winged brothers and sisters regard me and mine as kin, alike to them in beauty and purity. But you not only reject my prophet hand, but raise your own against my sin-eaters. It is only right that they respond in kind.
He was already god complex. He's just now extra, like, obvious about it, I think is the deal.
Let this be a lesson to all those who would walk the path of sin. The wicked shall not inherit this world!
And yeah. None of the threats were idle. Yulmore hasn't actually done... We've seen Yulmore do a little bit, but we haven't seen Yulmore do this. Yeah. Sucro hates this. As do I. Hey, it's a good thing I added the annoyed face, as I labeled it, for when things are either too sad or too... Vothri needs to get killed. To use the default neutral over here. You ever, like, add a new facial expression to your repertoire? Consciously? That feels like something I might have had to do at some point. I don't know. Yeah. Bothri's ship is already gone. How flattering that he came all this way just to give his little speech. I actually don't know if I've ever had to, like, manually learn how to make a certain, like, facial expression or convey something in reality, but I wouldn't be too surprised if I did. I've had to figure out manually how people respond to things that might seem obvious before. I've been ignorant of social cues at times. Ignorant might be a harsh word to say there. I've been unable to understand social cues at times and had to learn, is what I mean. But yeah, that scene was very powerful. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Rest assured that I have no intention of allowing any of my wounds to affect the performance of my duties, especially not now. If I may, could I ask that you seek out Thancred and Minfilia for me? They endangered themselves on my behalf, and I would feel better knowing that they are well looked after. Thancred in particular sustained quite an injury from that Sin-Eater. I would not be surprised if he were in Spagurix still. I don't know how to say that word either. Please give them my thanks. Okay. This is actually a facial expression that, like, well, to some degree, I had on my old form, but it looked more obviously annoyed, where this is more like just... This one works as, like, neutral parentheses negative, as well as, like, sad or angry. It's an expression that can say a lot, actually. Concerned, also. If it sounds like I'm giving myself a lot of credit for this expression, that's not the intent. But it is kind of surprising that all I did was like flip one of the mouths that or use one of the... I used this mouth shape, but with the regular eyes. That's the power of art or something. I don't know. I don't remember how to go here. Ah, geez. Now I'm being complimented again. How dare. No, it's fine, thank you. I feel like it is weird as well to talk about a representation of myself as something I created, even though that's literally what it is. I don't know how to get to this place. Okay, it's from that direction. I need to actually go over here. Ugh. In a way, it is... That is also a very good point. I was going to say, in a way, it's empowering to create a representation of yourself. The only reason it feels weird is because it also feels like it's me already. But yeah. I guess I can go back to this one. I guess it also feels weird because, like, I think most VTuber, PNG tuber type people are expected to probably, but not always, like... Would you say that, like, the majority of VTuber or PNG tuber type people... I'm saying that, like, PNG tubers are not also VTubers. Would you say that the majority of VTubers act as characters and are in character most of the time? Because what I'm saying is it feels weird to refer to this as something created because it's not quote-unquote in character in that way. But I've never really been one to do that, except for April Fools. I did that, I guess. But, you know. I don't need to act in character because I'm already a character. Hey! Clown! Yeah, like that. That's also fair. You'd have to probably know them outside of their job, I guess, to assess that. You're here for me? I'm sorry to put... You're here for me? I'm sorry to put you to the trouble. I'm fine, really. A lot of people insist this, Thancred, when they're not. The Eater landed an unfortunately solid blow, but the healers here have done wonders. I've heard a lot of people say stuff like that, but I've never really felt like I'm acting in most ways. I felt like I'm just me all the time. Well, most of the time. Or like I'm just acting like how I would act, I mean, most of the time. That is fair. The self has many layers, etc. And also it's fair to dislike that whole aspect of VTubers, the whole performance persona aspect of it. Though, like, it makes sense too. Like, what is streaming for an audience if not a performance of some kind, I suppose? Though I don't think that's exactly what you're getting at. It's just that, like, the whole, like, you're meant to believe they're like that part, I guess. But also, like, in the same way, that's not really different from any other actor, I suppose. They speak differently? Maybe. I'm more worried about Minfilia. She's not taking it well. Could I ask you to speak with her? My attempts to reach out seem to have had the opposite effect. She's gone off to the Hortorium, ostensibly to fetch herbs for Tessamile, but just talk to her, would you? Or will you? I wondered a few times, like, what it would have been like before I actually went and actually did a stream in character at some point. Which is actually kind of wild to remember that I did that whole April Fool's stream in character as Saren at this point. I mean, what? Saren totally did that of her own will, and it wasn't me at all. What? Saren's real and she's my friend, I guess. I don't know. The funny thing about characters is that even though they are fictional, they are also real in a sense, because they do exist and they can be very important. I'm like multi-tangent drifting here. What am I talking about? Oh, right. It's kind of wild that I did a stream in character as Saren, and I had wondered multiple times, like in the past. Okay, this is the wrong way to go. The Crystarium was actually kind of confusing now that I think about it. I'd wondered multiple times before I actually did that stream. I thought it'd be really funny if, is this the right? Okay, close enough. Never mind. Oh, I can only imagine. I've wondered if I'm plural before, but I've concluded that I'm almost certainly not. But, I am certainly having difficulty keeping track of what I'm saying. Which has nothing to do with whether or not I'm plural. It's just... So I don't know why I phrased it that way. Okay. Collecting thoughts. Collecting thoughts. I had thought several times before I did that one stream in character that it would be really funny if that stream somehow, like, was very popular and, like, took off or something. And then I just sort of had to be in character for the rest of time because that was what got the numbers, and that was what brought people there. It didn't, of course. That was a very unlikely hypothetical scenario. But I do think it'd be very funny if I was in character once for a whole stream as like a joke or just because I thought it would be fun, and then that caught on and I just had to do that for the rest of time. That would be funny to me. It would also probably be a nightmare, but it would also be funny. I don't know why it strikes me as funny when it would also probably be, I don't know, exhausting. But I don't know if my stream will ever, like, catch on in any way, no matter what I do. But that's fine. I don't, like, need it to live in terms of, like, monetary livelihood or anything. It'd be nice if I could, like, be a little bit more well-known, but it would be scary if it was, like, a lot of people, probably. Anyway. ... Midphilia appears to be lost in thought. Perhaps a gentle poke will get her attention. This seems a little bit rude, but... Boop, boop. Yeah! Oh, Sucro, what are you doing here? Thancred. It's my fault, you know. I jumped at the chance to help Lena, but I was careless, and now... it's my fault. You can make up for it by being there for him, or then you'll be wanting to get those herbs for the healers. I don't really feel like it's her fault, but I guess I'll go with this one. I don't think she should blame herself for it. Are you sure? I've brought him nothing but trouble thus far. What if it's worse next time? All I do is make mistakes and put others in danger. I'm sure that he'll resent me for being this weak. Maybe he already does. But you're right. I can still help, if only by seeing these herbs safely to Chesamil. There are only 2 left on the list, but I'll need to ask about this one. I've looked high and low and I can't seem to find it anywhere. Would you mind collecting the other? I would hate to delay any longer than I already have. You're looking for something with soft leaves that's very fragrant in an unmistakably medicinal way, I was told. We only need 2 sprigs or so. Once you've got them, you can bring them directly to Chesamil. Whoever gets there first can explain that the other will be back shortly. Thank you, I appreciate the help. Did I just never notice this weird enchanted cauldron over here? I don't think I did. I mean, I guess that's one way to look at what we said to her, but that's just not how I would react is all. This plant has soft leaves and smells strongly medicinal. Oh, okay. Okay. Were there other ones I could have looked at and I just magically got the right ones immediately? Oh well. A Lost Odyssey prop. I don't remember Lost Odyssey having that aesthetic anywhere. But I do believe that. I feel like I could believe that being in there somewhere. Double checking that Lost Odyssey is in fact what I think it is. Yes, it is. I should, like, I know that it was right, but I just had a moment of weird, like, not being sure if I was remembering something correctly. I don't remember the game in too much detail, though. At some point in time, I think I considered covering Lost Odyssey in video or stream form. But that would be a lengthy endeavor, and I don't know how well that would go. It's got interesting stuff in it, but I don't know if I'd like it these days. Not for any particular reasons, mind you. I just don't know if I want to play through like a 40-hour RPG that she says while playing Final Fantasy XIV, but you know what I mean. She says while considering playing Elder Scrolls Online and Guild Wars 2, but you know what I mean. I don't know if I want to play through a 40-hour turn-based single-player RPG on the Xbox 360. That makes it sound really specific, but you still know what I mean. Maybe. I asked someone who looked like they knew what they were doing, and they pointed me toward the herb I was looking for right away. I hope you didn't have too much trouble with yours. It must have been possible for me to, like, look at some of the wrong plants. I see you got roped into helping. Some things never change, eh? Do you? Interesting. That would be a lot of time to commit to. A lot of Sundays. Ah, Minfilia told me you would be bringing the rest. Elven Dill. A potent medicinal herb that very much smells the part, so named for its pointed leaves. Well, you say that, but I've still got the schedule set up as mostly Final Fantasy XIV at the moment. I say that, and yet, like, to fit all these other games in, I'm streaming more often than 3 times a week. I'm going to end up accidentally being someone who reliably streams 5 days a week or something, aren't I? Just because I have too many damn things I want to do. Like, despite everything, somehow I'm going to actually do the thing that I always wanted to do with streams. Huh. That's weird to realize. Huh. Anyway, marvelous. With this, I can replenish our store of medicines. We're struggling to keep up with the number of wounded that are being brought in. Also, when I say always want to do, I don't know how much time that actually is. But like for a while now, I feel like I've wanted to stream a lot, so. It might not be a bad idea to do all the Endwalker role quests before 6.0. I'll think about it. I don't have the structure of how I'll do everything in Endwalker very well planned out, because it doesn't all exist fully, because we're in 6.4 and not 6.5 or 7.0. Like, if I look at sucroplans.txt, Like, it's all ordered vaguely, but also, like, none of the quest lines are complete. Or not all of them. Some of them might be. Like, I think they added the last part of Tataru's Grand Endeavor or something recently, maybe? That's fair. I'm just in a very rambling constantly about everything mode right now. But yeah, it makes sense to delay that until we get there. It'll be a while before we get there, but I don't know if 6.5 will be out or not when we do. Okay, I know we just said we'd delay it, but here's like an initial thought. The way that would make the most sense to me without all of the content existing would be all of the content in 6.0, all of the content in 6.1, all of the content in 6.2, etc. So instead of doing like all of one storyline at once, we would be doing segments of each of them, and then the next segment of each of them, as if we were playing the patches as they released. That seems like the only reasonable way to sort it out when the patches are not all released, to me. Because that's like the only way to really organize it, when you can't do complete all of one thing and then move on to the next one. And it would be an interesting contrast as well, yeah? I wasn't on the field, but it doesn't matter. The patients' faces make plain that it was a horrible battle. And we're still fighting it, I suppose, though with bitter medicine rather than sharp steel, but we'll win, I promise you that. I can't stop thinking about I'm still fighting, I'm fighting now every time anyone says anything similar to those words. It seems that I owe you an apology for dragging you to yet another battlefield when you've just come off the front lines. In both cases, I'm sure your efforts saved more than a few. With Pagirix in good working order, the Crystarium's people will be well cared for. More lie ahead, of course. Battles only you can fight. Not that we intend to let you do it alone. But that's a matter to discuss with the Exarch. Nod. You know the Exarch? We do. Was there something you needed? I need you to tell him something for me. My dearest friend, you see. He was there on the battlefield with me. But only the one of us is here to speak of it. At the end, before the wound killed him, I heard his dying words. I never knew that our world was this beautiful, he told me. I'm so glad that I got to see the night sky. Well, time to immediately have emotions again, I freaking guess. I'm still having emotions. I'm having emotions right now. Anyway. I don't know how the Exarch feels about what happened out there. I don't know if what Vothri said is true, if our losses were our just deserts and we doom ourselves to worse by continuing to fight this fight. But I believe in the Warrior of Darkness, in the Crystal Exarch. I don't think what they've done is wrong, and I don't think we're wrong to fight with them either. My friend, he smiled in the end, just as he smiled when he raised his glass to celebrate the return of the night. That's how I want to remember him. So I want to tell the Exarch, don't give up. Don't give in, please. We'll tell him, you have my word. Imagine if I was still trying to voice act while I was freaking crying all the time. That'd be funny. Hell yeah. Keep fighting. Don't worry about the wounded. We'll make sure they do not want for care. If I were stronger, how many people would still be alive? If you're ready, why not go ahead to the Ocular? You can keep the Exarch company while I fetch Alphino. Don't worry, I mean to borrow the swiftest tomorrow I can find, so we shouldn't keep you long. Be sure to pass on that message, eh? Oh yeah, I never equipped my equipment. Now I can wear this. Hooray, I won't though. That is not Frey's helmet, actually. Though it does sort of resemble it. This is Frey's armor, though, actually. I think. The chivalric coat of fending, though it's normally not red. I think it's Frey's armor? Yeah, you can see it very clearly when it's not dyed over here. It's got the right colors in this instance. Neo-ish Guardian is stuff that my retainers gave me, like all of the other stuff that I have. But yeah, this is Frey's armor, but dyed Dalamud red, I believe. That is the color? Yes. It's very nice armor, is my opinion about it. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the Ocular. I was originally reluctant to use this armor because I used it for when I made a joke about Fire Emblem Fates by trying to make armor that looked like Gunter's from Fire Emblem Fates. And it's the same armor, but also dyed red. It looks very nice, I think. I don't think I'll need to worry about having the latest crafted stuff. At least not right now. I've got a bunch of stuff at level 90, I'm pretty sure. Like, Radiant 590's not freaking bad at all. I don't know why I added a frickin' there. I don't have a level 90 helmet, I guess, it would seem. Radiant again. Radiant again. Troyan over here. Troyan Sapatons, etc. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure I'll get enough stuff at some point. If I really need it, I will ask someone to craft for me, and I would appreciate that help. But I think that won't be something I'll need, like, for a while. Welcome, my friend. Tales of your heroism on the battlefield precede you, though I confess I found them more gladdening than surprising. I hear no few of our people have you to thank for plucking them from the jaws of death. Would that they had not needed saving to begin with, but the responsibility for that lies with me. Everyone's trying to blame themselves. One of our soldiers said that. Thank you. Rest assured that I fully intend to continue our work. I will not shrink from what must be done, now least of all. Though I mourn the lost, I will not lose myself to grief. And even should regret be my constant companion, I will follow the path I have chosen to its end. We have some time before the others arrive if you'd like to talk, or as will I. I'll say the first one. If I were to confess any doubts I might harbor, no one need ever know. No, I believe you have enough burdens without my adding to them. Nevertheless, thank you. No, I'd accidentally tell you all of my cool secrets that I refuse to say. That's not what he's saying, but it would be funny if he said that. We're all here now.
My friends, With your aid, we have weathered a brutal assault.
Various people shrugging. Hello,
Sorry
Emmett.
I'm late, though I would not have been had anyone thought to notify me in advance.
You were specifically hiding in the shadows, and we all wondered several times where you were and if we should tell you anything, but you were not around.
As I was saying, it was only with your aid that we weathered this assault. Without it, the Crystarium and all who dwell here would now be gone.
For each we saved, another perished.
Just ignoring Mr. Selk over here.
If there is anything else we can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. This is our home too, and we want nothing more than to keep it safe.
Oh god, don't make me think of a Mr. Grinch parody. I have a known habit of accidentally thinking of entire song parody lyrics when prompted accidentally. Sometimes by my own brain, I don't know.
Thank you. We are blessed to have you with us. As for the attack itself,
this might be dangerous.
Vorthri may call it divine retribution, but Sin Eaters are creatures of instinct. A coordinated assault is unprecedented. Moreover, in the absence of a Light Warden, there should have been no compulsion for lesser Sin Eaters to congregate here en masse. All of which points to a single, unavoidable conclusion.
It's been a while since I made a parody song, though, actually, I think.
That these minions of light answer to a higher power.
They were being controlled or commanded.
He who did claim kinship with them, who did boast of control, not in idleness, 'twould seem, but in earnest. Lord Vorthri.
Yep. I didn't know if we knew that when that was all happening, like, that clearly. But if Vorthri was controlling them, that's what I meant by, like, the person who was ordering them to attack was probably not thinking about having them not kill and instead transform people into Sin Eaters, because this was basically Vorthri throwing a large-scale violent tantrum. We've seen him, like, throw a tantrum more than once already. So, you know. I don't doubt that there was nothing on his mind beyond, I must kill them all.
Indeed. What I mistook for bluster was in fact the truth. The Sin Eaters are his to command. But if he imagines this show of force will convince us to bend the knee, he is sorely mistaken.
Dungeon happens right after you've dealt with Vorthri for the Holminster switch, right? You know, that's a good point. That might have also been him, huh?
I take it your meeting in Yulmore did not end well.
You could say that, yes. But I am wiser for the experience nevertheless. It appears he has mastered a technique which allows him to enslave the minds of others. A fact I discovered when he attempted to use it on me.
That would go some way towards explaining the peculiar reverence afforded him by his subjects. There may feasibly be a handful of true believers among them, I suppose, but it would not surprise me if the vast majority were in his thrall.
Had I not anticipated his treachery, I might well have joined them. But seeing his invitation for what it was, I sent a glamour in my stead. I rather doubt such tricks will avail me a second time, however.
But it'd be really funny if they did. Exarch.
Did you have any luck tracking down the Light Warden in Calusia?
Yeah, I didn't make that connection with Holminster Switch either. This is what I meant earlier about a bunch of people, like, observing things and sharing things and talking about things together being an appeal of streaming this sort of thing, I think.
Sadly, I have nothing to report on that front. What of Arm Orang?
After a fruitless few days scouring ruins, I resorted to asking the locals. While no one I spoke to had seen any sign of the Warden, I did uncover a possible lead. An abandoned mine in western Amareng. From what the Maud told me, it would be a perfect place to stay out of sight. Of course, I could never hope to explore such a labyrinth quickly or safely on my own, so I returned here.
Even should we all join in the endeavor, an exhaustive search could take weeks, and with no guarantee of finding anything.
The Wardens harbor vast reservoirs of primordial light, do they not? Far beyond anything found in lesser Sin-Eaters. And isn't it true that the Oracle could see the light of a Sin-Eater from miles away? Surely a Warden would seem like a blazing beacon by comparison. To the real Oracle of Light, I mean. The real Menphilia.
Gasp.
If we travel to Amareng, to the south where she halted the flood, I could summon her back. What do you think?
Don't.
Don't what? Do what I can. What we both know is right.
Do not presume to know my mind. You have no idea what you're proposing.
It's not time to stop having emotions yet. It's time to have more emotions instead.
I know why you never said anything.
It's time to be sad
because
more.
You thought you could keep me safe by keeping me in the dark.
But like the dark is good here because of the light.
And maybe I thought so too. But I knew, Thancred. I always knew.
Oh, I see. I thought you were a rather underwhelming reincarnation, but it all makes sense now. The Oracle lies dormant within you, doesn't she? But to draw on her true power, you must become one, both body and soul. To wit, one being must consume the other. Who shall be the lucky winner?
Emmett, please.
This doesn't concern you, Ascian.
But it plainly concerns you. Which is why your heart is ready to burst out of your chest. Despite the raging tempest in your bosom, however, you have never once opened up to your young charge. Now, why would that be?
We will speak never, Ascian. Emmett is here to cause problems. In ways that will accidentally maybe lead to solving problems? I don't know.
Love. Well, I for one think it's a marvelous idea. Certainly more promising than any of your other suggestions. So, it's off to Amareng we go.
I'll meet you at the gates.
Why are we listening to him? I guess this will do something. Smirk. Evil. Evil smirk. Well, what do you think, Exarch? If this is the course you've agreed on, I will not object, though I am afraid it will be difficult for us to spare any of the guard to accompany you. I can but promise that you will be well I can but promise you will be well looked after upon your return. Just see to it that you do return, all right? I can't imagine what Thancred must be feeling to behave this way. To say he's changed since coming here would be an understatement. He may as well be a different person. He reminds me of father. Huh. He argued with us for months about our plan to go to Eorzea, but in the end he accepted our decision. I do hope he's doing well. I don't think we've heard basically anything about their father before. But also, I think Alazir's just like, oh, he sees Minfilia as a daughter at this point. Yeah, I was thinking that too, Razir. They never, like, directly addressed one another. The Crystal Exarch made, like, a point of completely ignoring him. If I'd only been able to locate Calusia's Light Warden, it might not have come to this. Everyone is blaming themselves today. That's the theme of this part of the story, I guess. Minfilia demonstrated impressive resolve just now. It seems that she understands what must be done, though I do wonder if she's truly prepared to make the choice. Should she falter, it will fall to Thancred to guide her, however much he wishes it were otherwise. Though Thancred hath long known whither this path doth lead, his journey hath brought him no closer to acceptance. Will you never grow tired of shuffling your feet? If you have something to ask me, ask. Tell me about Zodiark. I think it's fascinating what questions the Warrior of Light and Darkness thinks to ask Emmett Selk when prompted. It gives the impression that the player character of this game is thinking through a lot in their mind. And like thinking about some of these questions haven't been things I would think to like bring up at this time. But I guess like it implies she's been thinking a lot about what happened last time we saw him. Or something. As I told you before, Zodiark is the creation of my people, the first people. We summoned him as your kind might summon a primal, albeit an infinitely more powerful one. And like one of your primals, he tempered us. It was only natural. There's no resisting such power. And so we Ascians came to exist solely to bring about the rule of darkness. His darkness. Of course, some would call us evil for it, and they would be fools. Though that is only to be expected, given their innate inability to conceive of the nature of our universe. But I believe I am repeating myself. Do you not trust me to speak honestly? Do you hope to catch me in a lie? Really, I have no need of deception, and even if I did, I assure you, you would find it quite indistinguishable from the truth. That sounds like a threat, honestly, somehow. I'm sorry to be so insistent, but I know this is the only way. If you're willing to give me a chance, come with us. The music is just gonna be permanently sad for a while, I guess. Permanently for a while. Everyone knows that this is how time works. Shark detected. Speaking of time, I guess? I think that actually makes sense. Incredibly. This stream has been going for 5 hours and 41 minutes. I also streamed like 6 or 7 hours yesterday. I think it's time that we take a break. God, I thought the sad music was going to continue into the inn room and I would have been devastated by that. This seems like a good stopping point. So, what are my retainers doing? 9 hours, okay. So, minor key arrangement of the inn thing, that would be quite something. Nope, Sucro. Sucro falling asleep 1 foot from the bed, as one does when tired, sometimes, I've heard. So, this has been Final Fantasy XIV, Shadowbringers Part 6, I believe. We did a lot today. We had a lot of emotions today. We talked about a lot of stuff. We saved rak'tika Greatwood. Lots of stuff happened. As usual, if you're interested in any social media or donation links, they are available at borealrobin.card with 2 R's.co. Third Light Warden defeated. Correct. It would also be very helpful if you would consider, if you're not already following, consider following, and if you're not subscribed, consider subscribing. That would be very kind of you, but also not necessary, and don't worry about it too much. I don't entirely know the state of what I'll be streaming, since, as I was talking about earlier, I seem to accidentally be streaming a lot more than 3 times a week. Or like wanting to. But the most likely stream to happen is Friday, and that'll probably be a continuation of this. It's also possible that I might stream on Thursday or Saturday, and there's a number of different things I need to get to. Phantasy Star Online New Genesis Chapter 6 Part 1 is now released. And as mentioned multiple times, I am very curious to investigate Elder Scrolls Online. The Elder Scrolls Online? I don't remember if there's I think there's a "the" in the title. Yeah, there is. There's a "the." Anyway. So, tomorrow, maybe something. Friday, probably Final Fantasy XIV. Saturday, maybe something, etc. Hopefully Monday will be another chance to hopefully get back to Pokemon Green. And then, of course, more of this, even more of this, on later Wednesdays and Fridays and whatnot. All of that subject to change at a moment's notice for various reasons, most likely health related. But anyway, all that said, thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it, and I will see you all next time. So good night, everyone. Have a good rest of your day or night or whatever. Farewell.